What's up, Wolfpack? Planescape Torment. The game where you landscape planes and get tormented by scapegoats.
All right.
We got our boy kidnapped last episode. Our little skull friend, Mort. He's gone, so now we have to go rescue him. That is what we will do. Wrecked house. This appears to be a ladder constructed from the bones of many creatures. Whatever purpose these barrels once served, they are now just flotsam strewn around the room. This unusual window allows some light into the room. It casts strange coloured shadows across the walls and floor. Down we go. Shelf of skulls. Thank the powers you're here, Chief. Get me out of here. What are you doing up there? Those weird vermin nicked me and brought me here. Come on, boss. We gotta get out of here. The place is bad news. Why don't you just float down? I can't. I've tried. Come on. Get me down before... Oh, hello. A flash of light and smoke blinds you for a moment, and a withered old man stands before you. Have we visitors, Skull? Oh no, Mort whispers furiously to you. Do not offend this blood, boss. He'll deadbug you faster than you can spit. The old man ignores Mort. Greetings, traveller. Who might you be to enter Lothar's humble salon without invitation? My pardon, sir, but you have something that belongs to me. Ah, yes. What might that be? My friend Mort wound up on your shelf. You want the chattering skull with half the grace and manners of any ordinary creature? Give me a greater skull in return, if you wish it back. I do not need to bargain with something that is already mine. Where can I find a greater skull? Move aside the divan in the centre of the room and pass through the portal on the eastern wall in the chambers below to the catacombs. The portal will remain active for your return. In the catacombs, many skulls. One of great value lies within the interred crypts of the Dustmen, beyond the drowned nations. Bring that skull to me, as my Weirrat minions have failed to do, and I will see to it that your friend is returned. Perhaps I shall even answer some questions for you. I have been to the tomb that you speak of. It's empty.
Updated my journal.
What is the meaning of this? The tomb is so well trapped, so well defended from scrying magic, that it was a challenge even for me. There must be some explanation for this, and... He draws his words angrily and slowly. You will provide it to me. Go through the portal in the chambers below and seek the answer. It was my own tomb. Your tomb? Your tomb? We shall investigate this more carefully. Fetch me another skull then, as you seem attached to yours, and we shall see what answers I can provide. Our agreement shall be as before. Do not try to deceive me with just any bone either. I am something of a connoisseur. Return when you have something of value to me.
Updated my journal.
She's leveled up, that's nice. 20 thief points. Yeah, boy. Let's do another 15 in open doors. And... Am I ever going to use stealth, really? I'll do. Do you have a skull for me? I have the skull of Swergo, the Weirrat Dustman missionary. Lothar takes the head of Swergo from you and examines it carefully, checking the teeth. A Dustman missionary and spy, eh? This will be satisfactory. His fingers twist around an arcane gesture. Your friend will be waiting for you above ground, where you came in. Have your answers from me. I have many questions. Keep it quick, scarred one. I cannot tarry all day. Why am I immortal?
Updated my journal.
Your mortality, your soul, if you will, that which allows you to live and die, is gone from you. It was stripped from you by magical means, by the night hag Ravel Puzzlewell. Ravel Puzzlewell. Your mortality is the key to your existence. When you find it, you will find your answers. Tell me about this Ravel. Ravel Puzzlewell is an enigma, even among the night hags. Some would call her balmy, others say she plays a deeper game than any can see through. She's evil, through and through, making the fiends you'll see in the area seem positively divine when compared to her. She is out of the reach of men now, thank the powers, for she was mazed by the Lady of Pain. Mazed? How do I find her? Mazes are like pocket dimensions, small places between places. To reach one, you need to find a portal and key. I do not know where the door or the key are. Perhaps you should seek some of your old acquaintances. You have certainly left a trail of them behind. They will find you, no doubt. Pray they mean you well. Perhaps you should visit the Civic Fest Hall. They have many answers there. What did Ravel do?
Updated my journal.
She was a maker of toys and puzzles, a solver of problems that didn't need solving. She decided that Sigil, the cage, was the largest puzzle box of all, and set herself to undo it, to let in the armies of fiends at her disposal, no doubt, to upset the balance of the city and turn the entire burg into a charnel house. Pray to any power you hold dear. With thanks, she did not succeed. I will find her then and force her to return my mortality. Farewell. You again, what do you want from old Lothar now? I've given you your skull friend and your answers. I warn you I haven't all day to attend you. His gaze falls on you with the force of a sledgehammer. I would like some more questions answered. Why have I lost my memory? It is a side effect of losing your mortality. I've lost my mortality, what do you mean? Okay.
Done.
This strangely shaped skull emits a high-pitched chitter before it speaks to you. Can I help you? Who are you? I'm Goatscomb. I was a were-rat. Were-rat? How many were-beasts are there anyway? A great number. Ravens, wolves, bears, badgers, even crocodiles. It's like all the animals in the Beastlands have a lycanthropic counterpart. It's quite interesting, really. What were-rats are around here? That's Mantuok and his band. I made him, and what does he do? He goes and sells me to Lothar. That's okay, though. I spilled all his secrets to the boss. Mantuok may think he's safe, but Lothar knows everything. What can you tell me about Mantuok? The sodding hedge wizard, that bubba. I made him what he is today. Years ago, when he was just a stinking biped, I found him and made his leg a snack. Tasted like pickled meat. I was drunk for days. Then he shows up. He gets some fancy book and says, I'm yesterday's trash and a decoration on a shelf, bastard. Do you know any of his secrets? His secret is that he works for both Lothar and many as one, the cranium hive rat mind. I don't know what he's planning, but it doesn't matter because I told Lothar all of it anyway. How did you get here? It's embarrassing. I was in rat form looking for some food at the smouldering corpse when, let's just say, I was never expecting a serving wedge to have a silver fork. Mantuok found me twitching and I wound up here. What can you tell me of the other skulls here? They're all most judgmental. Just because they were mostly human skulls, they think they're somehow better than me. I hate them. You must like Lothar then, right? Skullfall's entirely silent. If it had eyes, you're sure they'd be rolling around in terror. Go away. This is a dustless shelf with an empty space, skull size, between two grinning skulls. This skull's voice is low and raspy, the sound of flint and steel. I think I've seen you before, stranger. Where have you seen me? Cursed. Gate Town to Carcerai. Cursed? Gate Town to Carcerai? What are you, clueless? It's a gate town on the rim of the Outlands, the doorway to the prison plane of Carcerai. It's a place for backstabbers and traitors, and it's full of schemes as of Batezu's undergarments. Being right next door to Carcerai is apt to change a burg's nature. I wouldn't be surprised if the town were about to slide over. Slide over? What do you mean? When a gate town's beliefs get too much like the plane it borders, the force of that belief is enough to make its bordering plane swallow it whole. Happens all the time, at least when the anarchists are involved. Tell me about the anarchists. We're a secret society, cells of members who work alone or through directives passed through the network of informants and leaders who remain hidden. Our goal is to tear down the power structure, to free people from the lies of politicians and powers, to let all lead their own lives and their own volition. We worked in secrecy, and changed our routines constantly to avoid infiltration. My time was decades ago, and so all the secrets I knew are no longer valid, except for the faces I can remember, and even those must have been changed by now. You sound like a paranoid bunch. If a society you belonged to thrived on intrigue, infiltration, and the hatred of the established powermongers, you'd be careful too. It's not paranoia when they really are out to get you. In our line of belief, someone involved in a triple cross is an amateur. I think I'm done speaking to you. Well, can't you tell me who I am? You said you'd seen me before. Where? What was I doing there? What were you doing there? You were babbling something about some Burke trying to kill you and wandering into all the wrong places. Well, you were obviously barmy and all, so me and some of my friends rolled you, stuck a shiv in you and divvied up your stuff. It was right after that I was betrayed, but not before I hid some of that stuff. Where is it? I ain't telling. Maybe someday I'll get my body back and go for it myself, and maybe I won't. But right now it gives me a great joy just to see you wandering. Good luck finding it. Bastard. Tell me of the other skulls here. Them, they're all tools, though they do not know it. Their dreams are small and personal. They do not see the larger picture in their scheming. They do not see beyond themselves. They're worthless. I do not speak to them. What of Lothar, then? I've spilled the dark of many secrets, but that's not one I'm willing to sacrifice. I've seen horrors in Lothar's hand that would put the Harmonium's rigid rules to shame. He knows my secrets far better than I know his, and I'll be damned if I'm giving them up for anyone, even you, especially you. Why? What do you know of me? I already told your friend there most of it. You're important to Lothar somehow. And there's something about you that he wants to understand. You're like some puzzle. He's interested in you, boyo, and he wants his questions answered. He'll be keeping an eye on you, and I know you're a far traveller. You've been seen before. One last thing. How did you get here? Betrayal. I should have expected it given who I am, or rather who I was. This skull speaks in a deep voice and a jocular tone. Have you come to learn the truth? I have truth aplenty. Tell me of yourself. I am Stern, one of the great practitioners of personal peace through intensive redirection of hostilities. A hiss escapes his teeth. You mean you're a wizard, an assassin, and a poisoner? Wait, what? I am Stern, one of the great practitioners of personal peace through intensive redirection of hostilities. A hiss escapes the skull's teeth. You mean you're a wizard, an assassin, and a poisoner? However you choose to define it, Grimscalp, Stern turns his attention back to you. I was the best of the lot, so it said. How did you wind up here? Funny you should mention that. I had a black book given to me in order that I might puzzle out its secrets. I unlocked its powers and for a terrible price, one I would gladly pay again, and sharpened my edge considerably. Little did I realize that the book would betray me to another, a mewling rat thing that overwhelmed me in a wave of rodents and tore the flesh from my living bones. The rat went through a series of disciples, each of them betrayed by the book, until it wound up in the possession of a Ratman Mantawok. If you find this book, accept its powers and be rid of it before you suffer the same fate. I'll keep an eye out. Tell me of yourself.
Updated my journal.
I'm Stern. My thanks. What can you tell me of Lothar? What can I tell you of Lothar? I'll tell you nothing. Even this bare existence is better than the oblivion he promises should I speak his secrets. You can tell me. You get the distinct impression Stern's skull is sneering at you, and gain merely your friendship? There's nothing you can offer, no service nor item that will impel me to betray Lothar to you. Be gone. Just answer a few more questions. I will not. Turns his attention in, which you can feel the force of its personality vanish. Tell me of the other skulls here. Of the skulls that will speak to you, I can offer no good words. Their experiences have not been shared with me. Indeed, we have spoken precious little until your arrival. Perhaps there is something special about your very presence. Okay, bye then. The skull exhales luxuriously and speaks in a sultry voice. Why do you disturb my rest? There has been so much happening of late, and while I welcome the sensation, I must confess to desiring the sense of quiet. Tell me of yourself. I was ocean before the storm, a sensate. Now, alas, I am merely decoration. A sensate? What's that? A sensate is a member of the Society of Sensation, one of the factions of Sigil. Located in the Civic Fest Hall in the Clerk's Ward, which holds that the universe can be understood and manipulated only through the senses, and therefore we should accumulate as many varied experiences as possible. I believe I've reached the quota on sitting on a dusty shelf. My boredom threshold is low. Can I do anything for you? No, but you're kind to ask. Once I threw myself off the shelf and shattered. Next thing I knew, I was back on the shelf and we were all glued here. When Lothar tires of me, he'll dispose of me. What are you doing here? Why, I sit on the shelf and gather dust until one of Lothar's rat minions takes it into his head that I need brushing. I answer questions for Lothar, and that is the extent of this miserable existence. What sort of questions? Oh, all sorts of things. Experiences I've had, the politics of the sensates, sadly out of date by now. Impressions of people who pass through here, and words, words, words. The questions vary, which I appreciate more than you know. If you don't have anything else to ask me, then I believe I'll resume my quiet farewell. What can you tell me about Lothar? Nothing that he's not willing to tell you himself. Since I don't trust these other skulls not to inform on me should I say anything out of line. I simply won't say anything. Before you ask, yes, I'm that scared of him. What can he possibly do to you? The skull stares at you and you get the impression it's shivering. There's a remarkable amount of pain one can feel without nerve endings. Not all pain is physical, and not all emotions mental. Those are sensations I do not care to duplicate. This interview is at its end. Stop cancelling on me. What can you tell me about the other skulls? Oh, they're nothing to relieve the tedium. You have Goatscomb the Weirrat, Grimscalp the Anarchist, Stern the old wizardly assassin. I don't know what Stern does, but he's basically evil. Evil? Bah, I'm merely a pragmatist. Pragmatist? Is that why stabbing someone in the back so often seems to be the answer you present to problems? Is it not a fine solution? It always worked for me. Poison and magic work equally as well, I've found. Ocean Before Storm turns their attention back to you. You see? Basically evil. Alright then. What's this? Because it says it's a door. We are rats. I feel like this is a prison. It hisses at you but stays its hand from its obvious desire to attack. Instead it slinks backwards, keeping an eye on you. Oh, that's Mantuok. You see a half-man, half-rat hybrid. Its red eyes gleam with certain cunning, and the voice that issues from its mouth is oily and insinuating. So a biped comes slinking into the nest of Lothar's servants. What do you want, man, and where do you intend to go? Step lightly, intruder, and speak the truth to Manuok. I'm looking for the person in charge here. You seek Lothar, yet you have come from his sanctum. Go now, and I shall forget I have seen you. Bruh. I'm just looking around. That is unacceptable. You must have a purpose in the kin's nest. Then I'll leave. Yes, you will. We shall suffer you no more. But can I just... There ain't nothing here. Hey Hazy, good afternoon. How you doing, buddy? This brings me back here. I don't need to be here.
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Yeah, I'm all good, thanks, Hazy. I'm all good. I'm tired today. I don't know why. Life's a hard existence, huh? I am on job application hunting, which is an incredibly boring process, honestly. What's up here? I feel like I probably shouldn't try and break into these things, but I might do a quick save.
Aye?
It was an in-betweeners reference. What was an in-betweeners reference?
Right. Got it. Got it.
Well, that was worthless. I did not mean to come here.
Done.
Hi, bruh.
Why not?
That's just a skull. Oh yeah, Wolf, the was he a mechanic? He worked in the garage, but he was like 16, but he looked like a 26-year-old. I remember.
All right.
Ready. Why not?
I'm gone.
For saying you're this mega powerful wizard, dude, you have nothing of value. I'm disappointed. Hey, Mort's back. Achievement, rescue Mort. Amazing. Right, I need to give you your stuff back, Mort. Your teeth, because they are better.
Hey, come on. What's up?
What else does he want? I can sell that. Can you use bandages? I guess so. You can have those rags. I'll keep my eyeball. And that and that. You can have that. That's for selling. I'll keep that. I'll keep that. I'll keep that. You can have the cheese. You can have those. I'll have those. Actually, you can have these and that and that and that. Good. You decided to start Shining Force 1 yesterday. Nice. Good choice. Good choice. You miss Penetrate.
All right.
I miss Dominate. What was my quests then? Find the Night Hag Ravel, which is in the Civic Fest Hall. And then go to the warehouse, I guess. Release Dimtree from his zombie... Oh, yeah. I think that was this guy, right? Sebastian. Sebastian smiles at you. Good day. I want to talk to you about Dimtree. What about Dimtree? He wants to be released from his curse. He gives you a surprised look and then waves you off. I found that hard to believe, Cutter. Dimtree doesn't have the mental power to desire anything. Did that idiot Hamrys put you up to this? Think about it, Sebastian. Hamrys doesn't know Dimtree's a zombie, let alone who created him, right? He sighs and seems to be deep in thought. Yes, you're right, of course. Hamrys could not have sent you. My guess poor Dimtree is more aware than I intended. A pox on me for my stupidity. So will you release him? He looks at you for a moment with conflicting emotions crossing his face. He sighs and throws his arms up in exasperation. I cannot, sorry. I want to, mind you, but I cannot. I fulfilled a contract by creating Dimtree, and I cannot break it, right or wrong. I'm a man of my word. My reputation demands it. The story is so basic in comparison. What, Shining Force 1? I think I mentioned it when I was first playing Shining Force 1, but it feels so nice sometimes to play games with such simple stories. Like, I like the really intense, really in-depth RPG storylines that you can play through. Like this game, for example, has a crazy storyline and you're spending a lot of time trying to figure out what's going on. And sometimes it's just quite nice to kind of turn your brain off and just like, we equals good, they equals evil, we equals stab them, save the world, hooray. You know? I understand your dilemma and agree with you. Could I release him instead? That would be difficult. He turns and begins to look through a nearby box. After a moment, he removes a book, which he sets down in front of you. First, you'd have to have some magical aptitude. Second, you'd have to be able to properly speak the words you find on page 23 of this book. Go on. Last, you'd have to touch Dimtree just as you feel the power of the words culminate within you. He turns his back on you and rummages through another box. I couldn't allow you to read that book, however. It'd be tantamount to breaking my word through the actions of another. Read the book and leave.
Updated my journal.
I'm not dumb. I know he turned his back on purpose. Shining Force 3 is somewhere in between. Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Shining Force 3 has a... it's like a fairly simplistic storyline that has complicated themes, I would say. Like, a lot of it is made a lot... It's made a lot more complicated because it's not just good versus evil. There's a lot of kind of grey neutral ground and politicking. You find Master Dimtree release? Yes, Dimtree, I know how to release you now. Please, friend, speak the words Sebastian taught you. You pause to gather your thoughts and then carefully speak the words Sebastian taught you. You then reach out and touch Dimtree lightly on the forehead. Rest well, Dimtree.
Updated my journal.
With a sigh, the zombie collapses at your feet. You think you hear a fleeting "thank you, friend" as he falls to the ground.
All right.
I like how he just doesn't give a shit. He didn't even know this guy was a zombie, and he does not give a shit that he's just died in his shop. Short visit today. No worries, Hazy. Have a good day, buddy. I'll catch you later. Thanks for dropping in.
Done.
Right, we're going to go to the warehouse now, I think. To the warehouse! Anna's decided to take the long way around. Where is the warehouse? Is it this? Yes? Is that a beholder? Where the fuck are we? These crates are made of very sturdy stock. They must contain heavy items. These crates bear the symbol of a skull and has the slogan "Engineered for Eternity" engraved on it. Engineered for Eternity. Strangely shaped container with secure binding sealing it. What could be in it? Although these crates are stacked in a haphazard fashion, they all appear to be sequentially numbered. These crates are made of very sturdy stock. Numbered. Right, I suppose we should probably speak to some of these guys first. Let's try Lena. You see a middle-aged woman, her face care-lined and compassionate. She looks like she's led a hard life. Can I help you with something, stranger? Who are you? I'm Lena. I supervise the other two. What is it you do here? This is a storehouse. I'm the supervisor. Things get stored here. Things get taken out of here. Not much to tell, really. Wait, is that... What is this place? Okay, Connell. You see a thin, skulking man. His long, nimble fingers quiver slightly, and he has trouble meeting your eyes when he talks to you. You startled me. I haven't seen you around here before, stranger. What do you want from me? Who are you? I'm Connell. I work here. And what is this place? He looks at you carefully as if to see if you're joking. It's the Vault of the Ninth World. It's a storehouse. Didn't you read the sign when you came in? Not that carefully. Who are you? And what is this place? We can literally just go around in circles with him. Otis. You see a hulking man, dull-faced and slack-jawed. His muscles, however, are truly a sight to behold. He regards you steadily with his dead eyes. What? Who are you? No talk me, talk Lena. He waves his oak-like arms at the woman supervisor. Just a few questions? No talk me! What is this place? No talk me, okay. Then Lena, do you have anything more to say now? No? I guess I'll come talk to this gentleman. Welcome to the Vault of the Ninth World. How may I serve you on this fine day, Sigillian? What is this place? The Vault of the Ninth World is pleased to serve as a warehouse for the lower ward and all of the sentience of Sigil. Our motto is, when one world just isn't big enough. We provide storage space for those that have little to spare. Our prices are competitive, our service exemplary, and our courtesy to customers is known throughout the plains. What are you? I am the voice of the Vault of the Ninth World. I am here to serve you, customer. Instruct me in what you desire. Oh. I'd like to store something. I'm sorry, we seem to be full at the moment. Huh? I thought this was supposed to be a huge storehouse. Well, yes, the head sounds a little embarrassed. Only we ran out of space and there's something a little fishy going on around here, and I don't know what. The gist of the matter is, we don't really accept items for storage anymore. Well played, game. Why is this place called the Vault of the Ninth Worlds? Frankly, I have no idea. I think the owner thought that it would be a clever name or something. Is this place really as big as a world? No, it's just a marketing exaggeration. There's a lot of space here, but not that much. I'd like to claim something. And what were you looking for exactly? I was told that I could retrieve some plans for a tomb here. Plans for a tomb? You don't look dead, sir. Not that it's any of my business if you are. Here are your plans, sir. Can I get you anything else? Never mind, thanks. Farewell. We at the Vault of the Ninth World value your business. Please return. So I got the plans. Plans would make more sense if you were in the tomb itself. You could then make direct comparison between the plans and how they were implemented. Okay, so I got to go back to my tomb, or do I have to go back to the coffin maker? I'll go back to the coffin maker first.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to say a few words to me, Fiendling. Or hug me. Or kiss me.
Oh, Mort. What's he like? Did you get the plans you were looking for? Yes, I've dealt with the situation at the warehouse and got the two plans.
My journal.
What was the situation? I literally just asked for it. Well done, Cutter. As I said, you may keep whatever you recovered from the warehouse as your reward. Thank you for your help. Alright, good. I guess this guy's got a shortcut back to the tomb though, right? If I can remember how to get back to my tomb.
All right.
All right. I'm gone. Where are you going? Idiots. Right then. It wasn't mosaic. Was it? Was it dismemberment? I don't think so.
I'm here.
I want to check her trap abilities
Right.
though, because
Hey, I spotted a trap.
Okay, so that's how it does it.
I spotted a trap.
Okay, well done. Why? I really wanted to see if, because I remember something about a corpse down here. The body's been horribly mangled. Looks like it's been burned, sliced, blah blah blah. The voice that emerges from it, though, is practically jovial, and there's a tinge of maddening glee to it. Hi, Burke. What are you wanting? Answer some questions. Mayhap I'll tell, mayhap I won't. Ask you questions. Who are you? Loudon, eh? Me and Bert, sometimes Gris, though he was nothing but a bossy piker. And he was with us this last time. We was kings of the catacombs. Don't know where Bert is. Probably dead. What happened to you? Made a wrong turn when we was running away from where we got dumped. From where we dumped Gris. Bolted in here, and before I realised my mistake, got diced up and sliced up. 20 ways to peak. Got my pieces shoved down the grate, and now, now not even the Dusties will pay for this lot. He lets out a wet chuckle that smells like swamp gas. What happened to Gris? Story of its own. Mostly my idea it was, and it came off all right at first. Bert didn't have no clue what I was doing. Did some looking around, found out where a ghoul had made its home, and thought we'd take old Gris down there. Turns out that ghoul had made more ghouls, and they nearly had us. Shoved Gris inside and took off like the lady herself was after us. Betting Gris is dead. He is. I'd say it's a pity, but I don't think it is. Man had the heart of a worm and the soul of a serpent, and there's a reason we called him the Vulture. Figure if I'm dead, I'm just as happy he is too. Okay. Tell me about the catacombs. Weeping Stone is what we call them on account of the water off in the ceiling and the crying faces on the walls. Plenty of crypts down here. And plenty more we've plundered. More's the pity that we fell afoul of them. But it was bound to happen. I know this place like the back of my hand, but it's all going dark on me now. How did you die? Made a wrong turn. Alright. That was rather interesting, wasn't it?
Aye, what? What you be wanting now?
She can see the trap, but I don't think she can disarm traps.
Might as well.
Alright. What can change the nature of a natter? Fucking natter. I forgot about him. Why would you do this to me? Why would you remind me of natter? Ugh. Disarm trap should be one of her special actions. She has thieving skill, stealth, and detect traps. Unless it's thieving. Ah, it is. Okay, she can't do it. She sucks.
Done.
Done. Right, where was my tomb? I think it was the Dead Nations. You so dead. Updated my natter. Can you update him to be dead? Can I write him in the dead book? Drowned Nations Catacomb.
I'm gone.
It's got to be here, right? I don't know if, like, Sister Mary has any, anything new to say to me since I became best friends with these guys. Had some questions. Silent King. What can you tell me of him? Silent King. What do you know of him, Silent King? Okay, I don't think so. Let us proceed. Sealed passage. Warrens of Thought. Where the fuck was my tomb? Was it here?
I'm gone.
It might have been this one. We'll just come down here and have a look. But I genuinely can't remember. On the positive side, Mossy, look, we rescued Mort. We found Mort again. Some nice gentleman had him on a shelf. Ah, here we go. The plans reveal the tomb to be heavily trapped. The exact locations have been omitted. However, you see an annotation along one side that indicates an especially lethal trap was installed in each room. Scrolled along the bottom is a note written by another hand. It looks like your handwriting. The trap is set. Now I need only wait for my tormentor to step within its walls. However, it occurs to me that I need a way to get the corpse out without having to negotiate the traps myself. An enchantment, perhaps, that somehow transports the corpse back to the beginning. Yeah, but I've already completed this tomb. I already solved this. Why am I doing this? I already got all the keys and looted everything. Oh, I know why. That dude wanted me to come here. I think I completed this too early. So when he was like, go and get me the skull from that tomb, I was like, oh, the tomb's already empty, I've already been there. What you're supposed to do is go get the plans, figure out the puzzle using that, then get the skull, then go to the guy. Oh, I just wasted all of my time. Wait, hang on. How am I supposed to get out now, though? Because I don't have the keys on me. Oh, it just... Okay. At least I can take these things that I couldn't pick up before.
I'm gone.
Okay, cool story, bro. Where's Anna?
Aye? Right.
Why is Anna all the way over there? Wait, Anna, stop. Since you're closest... Come over here. Because I'm pretty sure only one of us needs to go through, right? Almost certain of it, in fact.
I'm gone.
Sweet. Okay, this was my bad.
I'm gone.
I'm gonna have to fight these fucking Vargals, or whatever they're called again. Because they're always here. Well, don't get too cocky, Mort.
Die.
Those other ones don't seem to want to fight. That's nice of them.
All right.
I must gather my party before venturing forth. Mantuok. Right, so I think the only place left for us to visit now is... There's the siege tower that apparently I can get in by saying...
All right.
I feel like there's something about the siege tower that I need to know about. Where was the... I think the portal was here. Coax metal.
I'm gone.
So you're a big angry machine. There's nothing to do in here though. We should dialogue people as well.
Aye. What is it you want then?
Have you heard of a night hag called Ravel Puzzlewell? At the mention of the name, Anna spits 3 times and makes a semicircle over her heart. Are you daft to be mentioning her name if you value your life? Why? She's the evilest of the Grey Ladies, she is. Anna's voice drops to almost a whisper, as if afraid of being overheard. Filthy mean, and with more power to toss around than some powers. It said she's all a brambles through and through, even her heart. It said you can never kill her because her body's like a tree. You'll lop off one limb and there's always another still growing somewhere else across the plains. You speak as if she's still alive. Of course she is. She has to be. Her voice drops again. How would you kill a thing such as her? That's why the lady had to maze her, so it said. Okay, let's ask,
What is your will?
Dakon. He will only talk to me about the city. Still. How about you, my boy?
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
Tattoo, sigil, talents, tattoo, advice, Mimir. What do you know about the Night Hag Ravel? Well, she's a Night Hag, and she definitely balmy enough to make you immortal of all people. I mean, she could have chosen me. Mort rolls his eyes. Still, anyone addled enough to lock blades with the Lady of Pain isn't someone we really want to find. Okay. Looks like we need to find more about the Night Hag Ravel, and I tell you, Chief, I'm not looking forward to that. The Fest Hall sages and some of the sensory stones might be able to tell us something, though. Fest Hall, sensory
Updated
stones?
my journal.
Sorry, Chief, I keep forgetting that you have all the knowing of a green prime. Look, the Fest Hall is the main kip in the censored faction in the Clerk's Ward. They have libraries of sensory stones and that stores experiences, and they have plenty of sages, lecturers and trainers that might be able to tumble us onto the dark of what's up with Ravel. Alright. I guess we'll go to... Wait, this giant gate, could I get through it? I can't remember.
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Because I can either go to the upper ward or whatever's through here. The door is locked. And these are the Godsmen. You see a burly, bored-looking guard. State your business, please. I'm just looking around. Then I'm certain you won't mind just passing along. May I come in? Not until you can demonstrate that you have business here. I'm here to pick up an order. Yes. You do not appear to have a receipt. I'm sure I had it on me. Yes, sir, I'm sure you did. However, until you can produce evidence that you have business here, I'm afraid we cannot offer admittance. I'm here to put in an order. I'm sorry, sir, but we are not currently accepting any new orders due to a large project we've undertaken. Check back in about a year, sir. A year? Who are you? I'm a guard of the Believers of the Source, sir. Believers of the Source? Yes, sir. Godsmen, sir, we're called. Why? We are one of the 15 recognized factions in Sigil, sir. We believe that every being has within it the spark of divinity. Neither good nor evil necessarily, but potential to be divine. Beyond divinity. Beyond divinity, that's a game. We believe there lies something greater. We believe all life has a purpose and a goal, and we're devoted to understanding what these goals are. We strive towards greatness with every step of our lives. We believe we're important, sir. Can I help you with anything else? What are you doing? Guarding the gate, sir. Right. What is this place? You're in front of the Great Foundry, home to the Believers of the Source. What is the Great Foundry? Aside from being home to the Believers of the Source, it is also one of the largest foundries known to the mortal existence. Much traffic passes through these gates. We take orders from all across the plains. Currently, we are not accepting any further orders as most of our craftsmen are either working on a new project or are commissioned for the next several months on smaller orders. What this means in practical terms is that you're not getting in unless you have a receipt for work to pick up or have urgent business inside. I have urgent business! State the nature of your requirements, sir. None of those sound urgent. No business. Bye. Alright, I guess we come here and go to the upper wards. Hopefully this place is going to be a bit nicer than all these festering stinkholes we've been exploring. Oh, this is a quick travel. Holy shit. Nice. Who are you? Matter of course. This giant of a man wears an equally immense suit of ornate red armor. He regards you cautiously but without fear as you approach. Hello. A booming voice echoes from within his great helm. Greetings, citizen. I am Matter of Course, bodyguard to Diligence, 4th Magistrate of the Ward. You must excuse me for my duties lie at her side. Farewell. I had questions. He simply turns and begins to walk away. Diligence. This older, stern-looking woman is clearly on her way somewhere. When she notices you approach, she studies you with a disapproving, tight-lipped frown. She nods curtly, speaking in a tone as cold as ice. Yes, what is it? And what's your words? For I am Diligence, 4th Magistrate of the Ward. You're who? She simply stares at you, a faintly disgusted look on her face. Is there something troubling about my appearance? I should most certainly think so. Should the Apparel Regulation Act be passed, people of your sort won't be permitted to traipse about in such a manner, half naked and filthy as you are. I'm quite clean, begging your pardon, and meaning no disrespect, madam, some cultures might find your clothes offensive. She examines you skeptically for a moment, then nods. Your point is well taken, sir. Still, though, you cannot deny you are a rather rough-looking sort of fellow. My appearance is merely a product of my environment, madam, and a difficult life. I shouldn't be held accountable for that. Oh, but you should. How easy it is for one to blame one's life, one's surroundings, for their every failing. I can see by your manner you are well educated, sir, yet you appear to insist upon a lifestyle of wandering and senseless violence. Why not settle in Sigil, becoming a contributing citizen, rather than some bloody-handed nomad in its streets? The choice is out of my hands, I assure you. Oh, how so? Her coldness melts away into a look of curiosity. Tell her your story, or what you know of it. You finished telling your story. That is quite a tale, sir. Were it only a tale, madam, it is my life, and I've the scars to prove it, as you noticed when we first met, I believe. Yes, quite so. She smiled slightly. You had begun to wonder if she was even capable of such a thing. I wish you luck, sir, in your undertakings. May you find yourself once more. Thanks, I did have some questions. I'm afraid I'm a busy woman, sir. My position as 4th Magistrate leaves me little time with which to answer your questions. I'm sure another citizen can help you. Okay, bye then.
All right.
This clean, well-dressed woman is clearly on her way somewhere. She pauses to look at you, her eyes momentarily widening. She looks around to see if you were calling someone else, then smiles uneasily. Pardon me, but do I know you? Suddenly her eyes light on Maud. Oh, what a cute little mimere. Isn't he? He likes to have the top of his skull scratched. Truly? She remains smiling but looks suspicious. Surely you jest, sir. 'Tis only a mimere. No, I speak the truth. Go ahead. She reaches out gingerly and pats Mort, who promptly nuzzles up against her hand, grinning wildly and winking at you all the while. She laughs uneasily. How strange. Yes, well, I had some questions. I'm on my way somewhere, sir, with a little time left to reach my destination. So if you wouldn't mind... just a single question, then? She bites her lip then nods. Very well, sir, but ask with haste. Time is of the essence. Do you know Ravel Puzzlewell? Ravel the Night Hag. My parents told me tales of her when I was but a child. Frightening stories. Child's tales? Yes, about the black-hearted hag who tried to break Sigil. They said she'd come for me, and I cried too loudly. Take me away to that horrid place she was banished to. She suddenly frowns. I'd really best be going, sir. Farewell. Wait! One question was what we agreed to, sir. You'll be kind enough to honour that and let me be on my way, won't you? Perhaps you shall find someone with more time. Okay, bye then. Wait, but can I just talk to you again and then you answer me a question? Okay, no. Fine. You can't determine what this odd device even is. This large red-armoured figure standing in place, carefully watching passers-by. You dimly recall that his ornate armour marks him as an officer of Harmonium, one who provides law enforcement for the city. The man's eyes rove over the ward's inhabitants rather than you when he speaks. Move along. Had questions. Though most of his attention is still directed at passers-by, he takes a moment to look you in the eyes. Nothing for you here. Move along. I need your help. You need help? Has a crime been committed? No, I just had questions. Look, Berg, He pauses to peer suspiciously at someone walking past, then returns his attention to you. I've certain tasks set to me, and I'm not getting them done while I talk with some addle-coved sod who's looking for so-and-so or wants directions to who knows where. Move along. And what if I feel like staying right here? He shrugs, his armour clanking with the movement. You're free to stand here, but not to pester the law. I suggest you leave before there's any trouble. I have some questions. I need a few answers. Speak to a citizen then. I have a job to do. And I won't neglect to speak it. Okay, they all say the same thing. Drunken mage? Barkeeper? This looks like a place where drinks might be served. This older man is staring into his stein of ale, misery etched on his features. The battered pewter mug is an unusual one, lightly engraved with strange runes and bearded faces, covered with a coat of thin frost. He looks up as you approach. Greetings, sir. Something wrong? He sighs, belches in his hand and nods as he takes another pull of ale. Aye, something's wrong all right. I've gone and lost my apprenticeship. Well hungover I was and botched. My mentor's last experiment. All for this damn drink. He sneers at the mug in his hand, but in seconds his expression softens and he takes another swig. Ruins everything it does, this damnable drinking of mine. Why don't you stop drinking then?
Updated my journal.
He shrugs and sighs miserably. I simply cannot. I want to, but I cannot. I just need to drink. I try and stay away, but desire eventually overcomes me and I cannot resist. Such a wreck I've become. He throws back the last of his ale and calls for more. What's that mug you've got there? This? He looks down at the pewter mug. I won this in a dice game. It's enchanted to keep whatever's in it freezing cold. In my case, cheap ale. He frowns, rubs his eyes and takes another swig of his drink. Oh, 100% this goblet's been enchanted to get someone addicted. Is something wrong? Why don't you stop drinking then? If you're too weak to stop, then it's your own fault. Farewell. 100%. I guess I can't do anything about it though, but that's my opinion. Wait, maybe she can...
Why not?
That didn't work. I'm really curious.
All right.
He just has a... Okay, he doesn't even have the thing on him. And if he doesn't have the thing on him... Right, what have we got? Diligence is going over there. Drunken mage. We have... Namel. This tall, slender woman, sipping wine from a small ceramic cup, appears to be looking for someone. Her facial features are elegantly exotic, and the woman's ears, though partially covered by her long hair, can be seen coming to sharp points. Hello. She turns to face you, violet eyes flashing like flawless chips of amethyst. Her speech is as music. You can hear a faint musical tinkling, 100 tiny crystal bells as she speaks. Each word lingers in your ears as if they were unwilling to relinquish the exquisite sound. Namel turned to face the scarred, dour stranger. She asked what he wished of her. Wow. Ah, Anna sneers at Maud. Stop your drooling, you leering skull. My, what a hot-blooded little chit. Starved for attention? I could drool over you too if you're just jealous. Maud starts floating towards Anna, making wet slavering noises. Get a hair's breadth closer, skull, and I'll see to it that not one of your chittering teeth lies within 100 paces of another. Maud stops abruptly, turning away while muttering unintelligibly. Are you looking for someone? Where could she be? Namel wondered. Her companion, Elwyn, was supposed to have met her here days ago. The woman sighs miserably. The air around her grows chill with sadness. How long must she search this vast foreign city before she finds her dearest friend? I could help you. What did she look like? Nimel claps her hands together and bows her head to you. She would be so pleased to hear news of her friend. She told the kind stranger what Elwyn looked like, so he would know her should he come across her. An image forms in your mind, a woman who resembles Nimel but with golden eyes and hair of fiery crimson. I'll return if I find her.
Updated my journal.
I've updated my journal. I had some questions. Nimel listened to the stranger's questions, but could answer none. He would have to seek his answers elsewhere. But I haven't even asked. Nimel smiles at you, slowly shaking her head, your face reflected in her shimmering eyes. Frustrated, confused, he at last gave up. It was clear this woman possessed no more knowledge that was of use to him, or if she did, she could not be persuaded to share it. What? No, just let me ask you something. You open your mouth, but no words come out. Try as you might, you cannot question her. She shakes her head sadly. Alright, whatever, Nimel. I was told you know the command word of this decanter. The woman makes no move to touch or examine the decanter, but only speaks. Nimel took it from the stranger, turning it in her hands. Had she seen its like before, she thought? Perhaps. Yes, she remembers now. She returned the decanter, whispering into his ear as she did so.
Updated my journal.
You realize you now know the word Nildanosage. Though you're certain the woman never whispered to you, but merely said she did. She blinks at you. Would the stranger leave her, now, satisfied with what she's told him? Yes, I will. Farewell. Decanter of endless water with command word. This is an ordinary looking stoppered flask that somehow holds an endless supply of water. You know the command word for this item, Nildanosage, and you're confident you can put out most any fire, no matter how intense. Wait, what about... I don't know if this is a smart move, but could we go and put out Ignis? The guy that's on fire in the in the tavern. Apparently he's a bit of a pyromaniac, though. That might not be a good move. Maybe we can give it to this guy and he's like... I don't know. Who have we got over here? Cafe patron. Finely dressed, well-groomed man is relaxing here, enjoying the outside air while sipping at a beverage purchased from the nearby cafe. Hello. Greetings to... He pauses when he takes a good look at you. Ah, to you as well, sir. He smiles uneasily. Something troubling about my appearance? No, sir, the trouble is mine. I'm merely unaccustomed to the sight of such a worldly-looking fellow as yourself here. He closes his eyes briefly, holding his hand to his chest apologetically. I pray your pardon my blanching when I first saw you. Worldly? Well-travelled, if you like. That is to say, sir, your appearance, well, it's slightly dishevelled, rough around the edges. You may find you stand out a bit here, but Sigil is full of oddities, no? Methinks the clerk's ward just sees less of them than the rest of the city, 'tis all. Save for the fest hall, of course. The clerk's ward? Well, the greater part of the ward, where I'm forever doomed to spend the majority of my time, it seems, is dominated by record halls and administrative buildings. Not this section, though. Why are you doomed to remain there? He shrugs, looking away with a pained expression. My duties lie there, sir. My means of living. 'Tis my place of employment. What do you do? He raises his hands, shaking his head. Oh no, sir, I shan't discuss that now. No talk of policies and paperwork while I'm away from there, and that's final. So what makes this section different from the rest of the ward? The Civic Fest Hall, first off, the brothel of slatting intellectual lusts as well. Not a typical brothel, you know. It caters to more cerebral appetites, tantalizing nonetheless. Go on. Other places I might mention. He ticks them off on his fingers. The Advocate's Home, the Apothecary, the Art and Curio Galleria, the Catacombs beneath the ward, and the Tailor. Oh, I nearly forgot. There is a curiosity shop of sorts as well. What can you tell me about the ward? What makes this section different? Go on. I had some other questions. What is of interest here? Where could I find work here? The man hums, wrinkling his brow. I shall take the liberty, sir, of assuming that you're not seeking permanent employment. You might seek temporary work at the Advocate's Home or the Apothecary, and the Fest Hall is host to all sorts of goings-on. You may find something there. I wanted to ask you about a specific place. The Advocate's Home. Advocates help argue cases, draft legal documents, and act as legal representatives for their clients. The one close by, Giannis, is well respected and quite dependable. He has resided and worked within the ward for a long, long while. How do I reach Giannis's home? Giannis's home is south of the gate of the lower ward, where you first entered this place, most likely. It will be on the eastern side of the road. What can you tell me about the Advocate? Blah, 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 blah. Tell me of the Apothecary. The Apothecary sells various salves, potions, herbs, and the like. He frowns momentarily. The place's proprietors are a bit balmy, constantly sampling the store's stock. Good men, though. How do I reach it? Follow the road that leads east from the gate to the lower ward, where you first entered this place, most likely. When the road forks northeast and southeast, go southwards. You will find it there east of the roads. It faces southwards and has 3 windows of stained glass. Alright. Tell me of the art store. Ivana's Art and Curio Galleria is the most intriguing place. She has a collection of artworks, antiques, and artifacts from all across the plains. How do I reach it? Follow the road that leads east from the gate to the lower ward, where you first entered this place most likely. When the road forks northeast and southeast, go southwards. You will find it there, west of the road. It faces southwards and has a roof whose tiles are held down by large stones. Tell me about the brothel. A sensate establishment that pleasures one's mind and senses. He shuts his eyes for a moment, smiling happily. 'Tis run by a most charming woman, full from grace. I highly recommend it if this is your first time in the ward, sir. Sensate? Yes, their proper name is the Society of Sensation. They believe that the true nature of the multiverse can only be discovered through direct experience. Okay. They dedicate their lives to experiencing as much of the multiverse as they can. They travel extensively, both across the planes and into the depths of their own minds and emotions. But they take it a step further, you know. They actually have found a means of sharing their experiences with others, with the sensoriums. Sensoriums? The sensates have created a means by which they take experiences, capture them in stones, and allow others to experience them. The sensates roam the planes and search their inner selves for experience to share with others. Virtually everything they have felt or sensed lies in their sensoriums. Where are they located? Within the Civic Fest Hall. There are sensoriums that are open to the public and those only open to sensates. There is a slight fee for using them, but it is a modest price to pay for the experience. These experiences, are they like memories? In a way, yes, but very intense, and not memories that you have had, but another has had, captured within the stone. Does one lose their memory or experience when it's put into a stone? No, or at least I think not. I believe the stone copies the sensory experience. You might ask a sensate about it to make sure, but that's my understanding. Okay. Tell me of the catacombs beneath the ward. It's a mystery to me as to why the dabbers haven't closed them off yet. They're full of monsters, so it's said. Horrible things that gibber and drool in the darkness. How would I find my way into them? There's more than one entrance here, I know that much, but little more. I would warn you, though, that nothing comes up from those catacombs, including those who enter them. Tell me about the Civic Fest Hall. One of Sigil's most wondrous establishments. It is the headquarters of the Sensates faction, known throughout the multiverse for its concerts, art, exhibitions, and lectures. But its most fascinating feature is its sensoriums. I've asked about all of that. Tell me about the Curiosity Shop. I won't profess to have been there myself, but I understand it's run by an imposter of sorts. A half-fiend, in fact, whose goods come from the lower planes. A half-fiend? Not a tiefling, mind you, but a proper half-fiend, daughter of an incubus and a mortal woman, I'm told. I care not for gossip, however, so let's speak no more of her. You said her goods were from the lower planes? He nods, lowering his voice to a whisper. You know, sir, Bartor, the Abyss and the like, terrible places. Where can I find it? I've never been there, but I've had it pointed out to me. It is in the southeast section of the city, an unusual building set atop a wide flight of stairs. Difficult to miss, really. Tell me about the tailor. Gongkalvs is an excellent tailor, but he's short of temper and easily offended. I must warn you, sir. He will likely judge you by your appearance, and thus you might have a difficult time making a friend of him. Where is the shop? You will find it just to the north and east of the gate of the lower ward, where you first entered the place most likely. It is a wide building whose entrance faces southwards. Alright. I needed directions. I did not need directions. What do you know of Ravel Puzzlewell? The name sounds familiar. Is she some sort of figurehead or character in a book? I can't recall. Never mind. God, he was a talky boy for a non-named character, wasn't he? Who's this one? Abel Ponderthought. This older man looks somewhat bookish. His clothes and accessories are extremely clean, neat and well cared for, and he often pauses to brush some flecks of dust or lint off them. A symbol resembling a stylized dagger piercing upwards through the flame is embroidered upon his tunic. Hello. The man's eyes pass over you, gleaming as they fix on Mort. Oh, I say, would you look at that floating skull? Where? Where? The man gasps. By the unjust laws of Twernian the Merciless. Who? He suddenly covers his mouth and looks at Anna apologetically. Sorry. The man was a horrible tyrant, now long dead. His name should never be spoken so. 'Tis rather vulgar. My deepest apologies, my lady. I did not mean to offend. Anna shrugs. Talk as you like, Cutter. I care not a whit for what you say. Unless you're rattling your bone box about me, that is. He turns back to Mort. But behold, a skull, buoyant, levitating off the ground, cognitive of its environment and possessing hearing, speaking and seeing capabilities. He turns to you as if you're suddenly a confidant. This is truly one of the reasons that the plains shall never become dull to me, sir. Just when you think you've seen everything, the plains shows you yet another corner to peer around, and suddenly whole new wondrous vistas are open to you. Actually, the talking floating skull thing is quite common, right up there with self-resurrecting amnesiacs scouring Sigil for their lost identities. I say, skull. Look behind you, another floating skull. Let Mort have his fun. The man seems to have forgotten you entirely, turning in shock to look for this other floating skull. No! Where? Where? Right where I'm pointing, there. Where? I cannot see it. Mort speaks with mock exasperation. You just missed it, a whole parade of them. Probably never happen again in a million revolutions of the Great Ring. He turns and harumphs. I sense you also possess a peculiar degree of mockery. Mort bobs slightly as if shrugging. I'd prefer to refer to it as the keen insights into human nature. The man's eyes widen, looking at you. By the ancient laws of Twerny, He catches himself. I say, are you alright? You look hurt. I'm alright. Aye, it hurt to look at him, it does. Very amusing, Anna. I had some questions. The man nods eagerly. Of course. I'm always most happy to answer what questions I can, sir. Had questions about you. Me? Who are you? My name is Abel Ponderthought. What do you do here? I passed my administrator exam just recently and have achieved the status of an A9, a research consultant in the Hall of Records, one of the many aides specializing in Sigil's physical laws and history. I research topics and laws of interest to others. It's quite fascinating, really. What's that symbol embroidered on your tunic? Why, it's the symbol of the Fraternity of Order. We are responsible for much of the lawmaking and running of the courts here in Sigil. Many judges, advocates and clerks are members of our order, and we are pleased to be able to help enforce Sigil's laws and keep things orderly. We make a strident effort to learn all laws, regardless whether they pertain to Sigil, the Plains or the Multiverse. What does the Fraternity of Order believe?
My journal.
The Fraternity of Order believes that the Multiverse is governed by laws. When one knows all the laws, one will understand the Multiverse. That is our goal. By understanding the laws, their limits, we learn to avoid certain laws. If you don't mind me asking, what sort of benefits are in the position? Well, our fraternity allows us to read languages quite easily, but we may use some of the multiverse on occasion to suit our benefits. I had questions about this place. I'll admit I know little of this part of the Clerk's Ward, sir, but please ask. Why is it called the Clerk's Ward? It's the seat of much of Sigil's record halls and administration. The staff at these places give the ward its name. Many clerks, scribes, priests, bureaucrats and administration officials live in this ward. What's of interest around here? There is one of the finest advocates in Sigil located here. The Civic Fest Hall, home to the Society of Sensation, is also located nearby. And the brothel, sir, of slating intellectual lusts. Tell me of the advocate. He's also one of the Fraternity of Order, though his time there has ebbed somewhat since the unfortunate troubles he has experienced. I'm not one to speak of them. His residence is just across the way, south and east of here. Tell me of the Fest Hall. It is a beautiful structure that's both the headquarters of the Society of Sensation and acts as a hall for the arts here in Sigil and the Plains. It is an opera house, museum, art gallery, wine shop, tavern, training hall, theatre, sensoriums. Many things can be found there. Tell me about the Society of Sensations.
Updated my journal.
Ah, the Society of Sensations. They are one of the most prominent of Sigil's 15 factions. They hold the belief that the true dark of the multiverse can be known only by directly experiencing as much of the universe as possible, tasting every substance, feeling every range of emotion, and visiting every place in the multiverse. Their faction headquarters is at the Civic Fest Hall, where they seek to bring experiences to all of Sigil at any moment. They are the most numerous faction in Sigil and the most powerful. If I'm not mistaken, the most recent census of their numbers is over 20 times 1,000 members. Questions about Sigil? Ask whatever you like. I'm curious about the factions. There are 15 factions in Sigil. Once there were 49 factions, then about 600 years ago, the Lady of Pain let it be known that only 15 would remain. This was known as the Great Upheaval. And sure enough, in a fortnight, 34 of them perished or faded. Many thousands died by sword or by other means. Many were simply found dead. I myself am a member of the Fraternity of Order. Others included the Believers of the Source, the Dustmen, the Harmonium, the Mercy Killers, the Revolutionary League, the Society of Sensations, and the Zausisex. Tell me of the Fraternity of Order. Tell me of the Believers of the Source.
My journal.
The Believers of the Source, or Godsmen, believe that every living thing in the multiverse has the potential to become a power. The Godsmen have their headquarters in the Great Foundry. They have helped to keep the peace in Sigil in a number of matters. They have no desire to see any creature placed in the Dead Book before it has a chance to reach its potential.
Updated my journal.
The Dustmen believe we are already dead, that Sigil and the Plains are where we all end up after we die. According to their beliefs, everything is dead and this existence is a false one. To keep any ties or feelings for this existence only prevents a soul from truly dying. You see, the Dustmen believe that death in this existence is a matter of degree, and only those who are truly dead and have divested themselves of all ties to this existence can hope to be at peace. A philosophy that has some basis in fact, but much of it bears further examination.
Updated my journal.
The Harmonium is devoted to peace and harmony throughout the Plains, thus their name. They believe that the ends justify the means, however, so are willing to do just about anything to get a fellow to see things their way. Regardless of one's personal opinion of them, they do a fine job of policing Sigil's streets.
Updated my journal.
The Mercy Killers believe that justice is everything. Malin, their last factol, once said that when properly applied, punishment leads to perfection. Those new to Sigil oftentimes commit the error of thinking their name implies that they kill out of mercy. Rather, though, it is that they seek to kill mercy itself. The faction members take it upon themselves to punish the guilty of Sigil, whatever the cost.
Updated my journal.
The Revolutionary League are also called the Anarchists. Not many know this, but the Revolutionary League is actually quite widespread in Sigil, and a shame that is too. They hold a misguided belief that all the institutions have been established to block their access to the truth of the multiverse. The only way they see to discover the truth is to tear down all organization. They claim that the truth can only be discovered when people are completely free. I often wish that they would open their eyes to the truth around them. They do nothing but blind themselves and block everyone's access to the truth. He gives a long sigh, then wags his finger disapprovingly, as if talking to some imaginary bad child. It is interesting to note that they have no real plans for seeking the truth, past tearing down everything that they can see. Very interesting indeed. It's also of interest that while the Revolutionary League has a large number of members, the very nature of their faction causes these members to work counter to each other's interests. Often, souls fight amongst each other, but with each one claiming to know the proper way to go about tearing everything down. The Society of Sensation. I've already listened about. Tell me of the Zausatex.
Updated my journal.
Rabble-rousers. Not a proper faction at all, those raggedy bunch. Why, even the Revolutionary League is more organised. The Zausatex think that by embracing chaos they'll somehow discover the secrets of the multiverse. Ridiculous notion. Tell me about Sigil. Tell me about the Lady of Pain. The Lady of Pain, yes, she's the force behind Sigil, you know. Very impressive figure, but little is known about her. What is known about her? He begins ticking off the points on his fingers. 1. She's not just a symbol of Sigil, as some claim. She is very real and very dangerous. 2. She is believed to be the one that keeps the powers, the deities, out of Sigil. As long as she's present, the powers cannot enter Sigil. 3. She also prevents unauthorized teleporting and gating into and out of Sigil. It prevents the Outer Planes creatures from bringing even more of their kind to Sigil outside of the conventional routes. 4. She has never spoken to anyone. 5. She usurped control of Sigil from Auskar, a power now believed dead. 6. Anyone who threatens Sigil, or her, is punished either by falling beneath her shadow, which results in a series of invisible stab wounds that can kill even a greater Bartazu, or by being sent to the mazes, from whence few ever escape. 7. She does not like to be worshipped. Those that do are often found with their skin missing. And lastly, the sight of her is believed to drive others mad. She stole control of Sigil from a power? How do you know this? 'Tis the belief of my order. You said the sight of her drives people mad. Yes, but I must add the caveat that I've never seen her, you understand. So how is it that you know she created Sigil? Wait, she didn't create Sigil, she stole it from Auskar, right? Confused.com. Alright, what's outside of Sigil? No one knows. It is not from want of trying. At the places where no true wall exists are solid walls of buildings, with no windows that look beyond. Some claim to have climbed roofs and seen outside the Sigil, but they can only describe the outside as nothing. That is an unacceptable explanation, but it still remains a mystery. It is rumoured, without fact, that to step beyond Sigil's walls takes the traveller to a random plane, but this has not been confirmed. The Fraternity of Order has mounted many expeditions, and we have yet to retrieve concrete information. Where's daylight here come from? I don't see a sun. The haze can make it difficult to determine for certain, so I understand your difficulty. The light comes not from a sun, but from a gradual luminescence that fills the sky. It reaches a peak, called peak, then fades until Sigil is completely dark, called anti-peak. The source of luminescence is unknown, but is most likely the lady's will. Do you know Ravel Puzzlewell? Ravel, if she truly existed, and there is little to prove that she did, was a night hag, one of the inhabitants of the Grey Wastes, one of the lower planes, and believed by some to be the worst of the lower planes. As the legend goes, Ravel was mazed several centuries ago. She was believed to be She was believed of being a mistress of many strange magics, and apparently her presence in Sigil constituted a threat to the lady. I'm afraid that I know little of her. Mazed? The mazes. They're the creations by the lady. You see, she takes a small piece of Sigil, copies it, then uses a portal to place the copied bit into the deep ethereal. Once there, the piece of Sigil then becomes a demiplane, an endless maze that curls and twists about itself. The lady uses these mazes to imprison anyone who threatens her power. Once she's determined that you are to be imprisoned, there is no escaping them. There is believed to be a way out of each maze, but it is most likely extremely difficult. Centuries ago, I got out in like 10 minutes when she mazed me. I say, greetings, something troubling. She says exactly the same. I can go into this man's bar.
I'm gone.
Endure. Your path is mine.
This beautiful, seductive, attired prostitute is a far cry from those you saw in the hive. She smells of expensive perfumes, and the lines of her face are subtly accentuated with lightly painted lines of soft, warm colours. She smiles as you approach her, and curtsies gracefully. Greetings, good sir. Seeking to quench your lust, Mistress Grace's brothel cannot satisfy, I hope? I don't know about any brothel, but I'm up for whatever you're offering. 'Tis but 500 coins, sir, and I shall pleasure you in 1,000 ways. She tilts her head coyly and gives you a mischievous smile. Will you come with me, then? 500? That's quite a bit. Oh, I assure you, good sir, it's worth every last copper. Sounds good, let's do it. Anna bristles as you're about to follow the woman off. What are you thinking, you idiot? She swirls on the courtesan, drawing her punch daggers. Away, you brazen strumpet. Watch and see what happens. Anna starts towards the woman. It looks as if she'll cut the prostitute. The courtesan draws back, fear in her eyes. When she's out of Anna's reach, she draws herself together and sneers at the tiefling. This isn't some hive gutter you've got the run of half-breed. Another step towards me and I'll have a brace of harmonium chasing your wagging tail out of the ward. Pike in hard heads. She gathers her blades, crosses her arms and satisfies herself with venomous glances directed at both you and the courtesan. Perhaps another time, good sir, when you're not in the company of your friend. Farewell. Damn it, Anna. Fine. Let's go. Anna bristled again. Calm down, Anna. You best stop messing about or I'll be strimming you something. Trimming my stem? Do I have to pay for that? She makes a gesture with the tail, evidently meant to be obscene. Okay, Anna, whatever. No brothel for me.
Done.
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 Your will be done.
Aye? Right.
Boot shiner. The young man smiles at you as you enter his tent, gesturing for you to sit down. Clean and wax your boots, sir. A wondrous shine for only 2 copper. And farewell to you. Please return should you need your boots shining. Okay, bye then.
Done.
These wrought iron bars seem to serve as decoration rather than security measures. Okay. No, don't go down. I want to look at the question mark. These tunnels slope sharply beneath the surface of the city. To under sigil? The fuck? Alright, let's go in here. Let's try and be methodical. There's a lot to explore in this place.
Done.
This is a beautiful silver mirror. This is a solid crystal tank with several fish frozen inside. This man is dressed in soft blue robes covered with intricate designs. Despite their opulence, however, the robes look wrinkled and worn. You place the man's age somewhere between middle-aged and early 60s. The worry lines make an exact determination difficult. As you enter, the man turns slowly towards you. As he does, you're suddenly struck with a terrible sense that you know this man, or did at one time. Hello. He squints as if trying to place you. Yes, is there something that I can help you with? Who are you?
Updated my journal.
I am Giannis. Were you looking for me? I don't know. What is this place? I'm an advocate. These are my officers. Giannis's voice takes on an irritated edge. Do you seek counsel? If not, perhaps you'd best test your curiosity elsewhere. An advocate? What's that?
Updated my journal.
Mort breaks in with a whisper. He's saying he's a lawyer, a counsellor, one of those Burks who rattle their bone boxes at the courts. An advocate provides counsel, helps others navigate the labyrinths of Sigil's legal system, arranges legacies for citizens to ensure that their property is divided as they choose upon death, defend those in Sigil's courts who have been wrongly accused. Did you need help in any of these areas? Legacies? They are contracts that are deliverable at the death of the client. They provide specifics on how a person's possessions are to be divided upon in the event of their demise. I have also heard them called wills. Are they anything like Dustman contracts? Oh my, no. The Dustman contract, while they are deliverable at the time of a client's death, bequeath the client's body to the Dustman. Not a pleasant business at all, but some who are poor of means find the Dustman contract to be a means of support. How would one go about invalidating a Dustman contract?
Updated my journal.
One that is already signed. Little or nothing can be done once the signature is in place. The Dustman contract is quite specific on the destination of the corpse after death. Without the destruction of the contract, there is really nothing that can be done. I see. Do I owe you anything for this information? I am not the sort to charge others for giving them aid of this sort. I'm an advocate, not a rug merchant, and greed is not permitted to step into my office. Thank you. Are you alright? You must excuse me. As of late, I have been beset by troubles. I'm afraid it has been a rather trying time these past few years. Anything I can help with? No, there's little that can be done. Nevertheless, I appreciate your offer. Thank you. Perhaps talking about your troubles would help ease your mind. I do not wish to burden you. I lost my daughter not long ago. There was also the fire, but that's another matter. Tell me about your daughter. Instantly, Giannis seems to collapse into himself. Yes, his business-like facade drains from his face to be replaced with cold despair. My daughter, Dianara, passed away some time ago. Dianara, she's the one from the tomb. Or from the mortuary. Tell me about her. What was she like? Dianara, she was young. She had recently joined the Society of Sensation, the Sensates. Not an unpleasant faction, but she had also met someone there. She followed him on a journey, and there she died. I was never even able to recover her body. You say she was a sensate?
Updated my journal.
Yes. He became slightly reanimated, as if warming himself on a precious memory. She joined them because of her gift, and the fact that there was so much about the multiverse that she wanted to experience. The sensates lend themselves readily to the sharing of experience and sensation. Gift?
Updated my journal.
Oh yes, Giannis nods. My daughter had the blood of an oracle running in her veins, but it was an unreliable talent. At times she could predict events before they took place. She had sight. She could see through time itself, sift through the threads of fate. Do you know anything about the man she journeyed with? Little. I barely even knew of his existence until she had departed. By then, it was too late to have known him. Do you know where she went on a journey? She never said. I'm not certain she was capable of saying where she had gone. It must have been a terrible place. How did she die? I do not know. Her body was never recovered. Giannis's face turns blood red and his hands clench into fists. And that is perhaps the most maddening part of this misery. I will never know what possessed her to run off like that, or what happened to her, nor where her body lies now. Forgive me for asking, but how do you know she's dead if you never saw her body? It is most curious. I went to the Dustmen to see if they had found her body, and they directed me to one of their faction outside the Dustmen monument. The Dustman named Death of Names, I believe. He is said to be an oracle of sorts, concerning those who have died. He told me my daughter had died. Tell me about this fire. There's nothing much to say about the matter. Was a strange localized fire. I cannot imagine what would have been precious in the documents that were burned, but someone must have wanted them destroyed. Any luck in locating the person responsible? No, neither the Harmonium nor the Mercy Killers have had any fortune in locating the person responsible. Can you tell me what was burned? A number of old legacies were burnt, and some mementos and other keepsakes of value only to me. Should I say this? I am so... claims she knew me. What? What did she say to you? Her spirit now resides in the memorial hall. I spoke with her for a time and she seemed to be in distress. You spoke to her? What distresses her? Me, apparently. She said that she loved me and that I had loved her, and that I had forsaken her. I see. Perhaps... He frowns and studies you. His face has become just like stone. Are you the one she left sigil with? The one who led her on the journey that killed her? I'm not certain. I think I may be that man, but I have forgotten much. You? You are the one, and you say you've forgotten? He draws himself up and looks like he's squaring himself for a battle. Have you forgotten? You've forgotten, but the incident was not so long ago. How can this be? I have a strange condition. I lose myself for a time. Anything you can tell me about myself or your daughter would be invaluable. Countless liars have I known in my tenure in this city. You do not strike me as one of them, at least on this matter. If you truly do not remember, then whatever befell you and my daughter on your journeys must have left deep scars. I'm inclined to agree. Then I ask your word on this. If your memory returns and you discover what has happened to my daughter, return to me so that my mind may at last be at rest on this matter. Yeah, I'll vow that. Very well then, now leave. I wish to be alone. You again. What is it you want this time? Who are you? What's this place? What's an advocate? Fire, daughter, nothing. Wow. Wow, this is getting heavy. My character has just been ruining everyone's lives. Left, right, and centre. As far as I can tell, never, ever, ever agree to be friends with this man. Me, basically. Don't be friends with me. What have we got? Young woman, blah, 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 greetings, what's going on? I've never seen anything quite like it. I find his act annoying, yet oddly interesting. What's going on? I'm not certain. I understand it myself. This man's act involved all sorts of impersonations and physical comedy, but he never spoke a word. Earlier, a passing mage walked by, and the artist mimicked his usual gait. The mage, angered, cursed him. I think the man can no longer speak. He seems trapped in the same invisible box he earlier pretended to be confined within. He was quite panicked at first, but seems to have calmed himself and continues with his act. She continues to watch the man who appears to be trapped in an invisible box or cage. Another time, sir. Please leave me for now. The man turns to you, but the performance artist still holds most of his attention. Odd? No. Poor fellow. You see, that man was a performance artist. His acts consisted of various silent impersonations, both of physical actions, pulling on a rope, being trapped in an invisible box, and of passers-by. He happened to mock a passing mage's unusual walk, and now seems to be cursed. He actually is trapped in an invisible box now, and cannot speak. Ironic, no? This man's face has been painted white, a pair of arched eyebrows has been penciled onto his brow, and red powder has been used to make small circles on his cheeks to accentuate his lips. He says something, but you can't hear him. His hands are pressed up against what looks to be an invisible wall. I can't hear you. He hangs his head, sighs soundlessly, and shrugs. He then steps back a bit, waves farewell to you, and begins to pantomime various actions, pulling on a rope, walking downstairs, and so on. You reach out to touch the man, but your hand is stayed by some unseen force. The performance artist appears to be trapped in some sort of invisible box or cage. Well, damn. Finam the Linguist. Let's go in here.
All right.
All right.
Why not? Got it.
What are we saying, Finam? This short, scholarly man, a tight, nervous frown on his face, looks you up and down. Greetings, I am Finam. I must beg your pardon, sir, but I care little for guests, invited or otherwise. So unless you've business with me, I would ask you leave. I did have questions. I would have you know that I am a scholar and a linguist, sir. While I shall happily entertain any questions regarding my field of study, language and the like, I can be of no help in other matters. Alright, so if there's a language I need help with, come to this man. Understood. I indescribably understood it.
I'm gone.
What are these? Cafe patrons? Why are there cafe patrons around here? I think all of these people just say the same thing. This gentleman is closely watching a pair of performing actors. Greetings. The man turns to you, but the actors still hold most of his attention. He speaks in a hushed voice. Yes, greetings. So what do you think? The one on the right is not bad, but his partner could use more training, no? Yes, he's a poor actor. Greetings, I have some questions. Greetings. If I say, no, I think he's a good actor. Leave. This young actor seems far too involved with giving his performance to pause and speak to you. You notice that near his feet is a felt cap containing a small sum of copper. Occasionally a passerby will drop a coin or three into the cap. I'll drop a coin into the cap. Your coin lands in the cap with a soft clink. The actor, without stopping his performance, gives you a quick nod of thanks. I'll drop a coin into this one's cap as well. I'm so nice. This is the Art and Curio Galleria. Let's go in here.
All right.
It's very quiet in here. Shh. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm here to look at the artwork, not to converse with strangers. Now, if you'll excuse... Oh, there's music. Never mind. Now, if you'll be so kind as to excuse me, farewell. Several shards of black crystal or ice swirl within the freezing wind that this ornate pedestal gives forth. Each shard looks razor sharp. Touching or grabbing one could be considered perilous. A placard on the pedestal reads, Dark Birds of Acanthus. Grab one. As you reach out to grab one of the whirling shards, your fingers enter the icy wind that rises from the pedestals. Instantly, a coat of numbing frost forms around them, causing you to momentarily draw back. place your hand back in and grab one. You thrust your hand into the rigid, numbing wind. Unbeknownst to you, your entire hand freezes solid as you wrap it around one of the dark birds. Another of the black shards spins into your fist. Your hand breaks off at the wrist with a sharp crack and goes clattering across to the Galleria floor. Pick up your hand and stitch it back on, quick. You pick up the dark-covered fist and thrust it onto your bleeding stump, noticing that the dark bird you grabbed, a razor-sharp shard of black ice, has already melted away to nothing. It looks like you'll have to catch it in something that will keep it cold. Eventually, warmth and feeling returns to your hand as your tissues thaw and regenerate. Leave, hope nor saw any of that. The fuck? A set of 4 paintings which portray an empty beach at the dead of night. The air around the painting smells faintly of brine, and the painted sea seems to ebb and flow across the darkened shore. The placard reads, Karasutran shoreline. Sniff the painting. The surface of the painting smells strongly of sea air. Touch the painting. You place your hand on the painting, not quite sure what to expect, but it is merely the texture of a painted canvas that you feel beneath your fingertips. Let's talk to this sensate. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm here to look at the artwork. This painting depicts a shore scene with a wide, reddish-orange sun setting behind a peninsula or large jetty. The scene, though unoriginal, is breathtaking. The play of the light of fading daylight across the water is captured perfectly, but staring at the painted sun for any length of time makes your eyes ache. The placard reads, Surface of Thalasia. Oddly enough, there's nothing unusual about the surface of the painting. This painting shows an enormous granite keep, a hideous thing, long and low, covered in leering gargoyles. Suspended in what looks to be the night sky, a cloud of crimson and violet vapour whirls in the background along the right side of the painting. A placard reads simply, The Library. The hundreds of chips of translucent green glass which make up this stained glass window don't appear to be held together by anything, but rather remain free-floating and mysteriously suspended within the iron frame's boundaries. The shards ripple and move in slow waves, causing bizarre patterns to fluctuate across the window's surface, as various portions of it refract the Galleria's light in different directions. A small placard beside the window reads, Arcadian stained glass window. Touch the glass. You reach out and touch the undulating glass shards, but find you cannot do so. Your hand stops just short of the surface of the glass. Punch the glass. You succeed only in bruising your knuckles. The glass may as well be sheet iron. I love playing the Nameless One as just some idiot dumbass. Like, I have genius level intellect, but he's just here punching fucking windows in an art gallery. He doesn't want to talk to me. Fine. This painting is a dark cityscape, a faraway view of some giant centre of civilization being burned to the ground. The streets of the place are empty, however, absent of soldiers, refugees, and even corpses. A placard reads, The Folly of Udo. This looks to be a subterranean landscape, a massive cavern interior filled with colourful, faintly luminescent gigantic fungi. A placard reads, Veil beneath Clangeddin. This is a portrait of a grotesque hook-nosed old crone. The hag's flesh is a sickly blue-grey colour. Her eyes glow red like the embers of a dying fire. Her chin, long and sharp, juts forward in an extreme underbite. 2 yellowed canines protrude upwards from her lower jaw, like small tusks. The smile upon her withered purplish lips speaks of a horrible secret. A placard reads, Grey Hag of Oinos. As you begin to turn away from the painting, something in it draws your attention. A strange tingling sensation arises in the back of your mind, a memory beginning to surface. You recall standing confused in a maze of briars. The hideous crone from the painting is before you, cackling wildly. You grit your teeth in frustration, wondering why she's laughing at you. My poor dear lovely man-thing, she croons. Why, that was your first wish. She points a single bony clawed finger at your forehead. Your temple begins to throb painfully and you can remember nothing more. Strange. The statue looks like it's about to make some angry proclamation. The sculptor has captured the essence of fury magnificently. The chiseled tension lines around the neck and forehead alone must have taken many long months to get correct. Fine cracks run over the entire statue. There is a plaque attached to its base. Read the plaque. The plaque reads, "This statue is believed to be the final fate of the Etheresian sorcerer Gangrahoidrum. Attacked by a conclave of rival sorcerers at the height of his dream madness, he was imprisoned with a spell that turned his flesh to stone. Gangroidon is said to have been frozen with the final awful curse still upon his lips, a curse so terrible that it was never meant to be spoken by the lips of a living man. Examine the statue. Examine the cracks. You carefully examine the cracks that run like a network of fine black veins along the statue's surface. At one point, near its inner arm, is a section where an entire splinter of stone looks ready to come off. Break a piece off. You reach for a section of the forearm where the cracks have formed, grip onto it firmly and yank, to no avail. You need a hammer to break the stone, and a small one. The limited space between the statue's arms and body means a large one suitable for combat, for instance, won't work. The surface of this painting, a wild collage of vivid colours, ripples constantly, as if it were in the surface of a pond during a light rain. A placard reads, "Wave Motion Study Number 7. You place your palm against the canvas. You cannot feel the ripples themselves, though a cool tingling sensation passes through your hand at first contact.
Ready. Why not?
All right.
Guys, this thing. A massive horn of beaten lead wound with brazen chains. The horn is horribly mangled, as if some tremendous force had crushed it. Jagged blades protrude along its length, almost as if it were meant to be used as a club by some gigantic creature, as well as a battle horn. A placard mounted beneath the horn reads, "Cleansing Horn of Archeron." Put your head against the wall, try and blow the horn. Try as you might, you can get no sound to issue from the massive horn. Your lips come away from the mouthpiece, tasting of blood, smoke, and metal. A painting of a tall black cliff against a blood-red sky. There looks to be figures hiding among the crags of the cliff, but whenever you squint at the painting to try and make them out, the image fades to nothing. A placard reads, "Outland Raiders." This painting shows what looks to be an infinitely long stream of bilious green gas stretching off into the darkness. The horizon of a blasted rocky plain can be seen in the lower right-hand corner of the painting. One is given the impression that the head of the green cloud is rearing to strike down upon it. A placard reads, "Hazazoth, the consumption of Nagar." Hazazoth at the consumption of Nagar. This painting, an abstract work of greens and purples, writhes and ripples as it's watched. Closer examination reveals that the actual painted image is changing rather than the canvas itself. A placard states, "Moment's glance from the walls of Mokmar." You place your hand upon the painting. As you had suspected, it is not that the canvas is physically moving, but that the painted image itself is changing. Ivana. Before you is a well-dressed elderly woman in a gown of peach-coloured and golden thread. She stands quietly, her hands folded together primly, and nods in your direction. It's then that you notice she has no pupils. Her eyes are entirely white. "Greetings, sir. I am Ivana. Welcome to my galleria. Feel free to look about, spending as much time here as you like. Should you have any questions regarding any of the pieces, do not hesitate to ask them of me." "One moment, sir. Your voice. It is heavy with age and wounds. Would you be so kind as to permit me to touch your face?" "Sure." She smiles, gently running her old hands over the skin of your face. She frowns, looking slightly puzzled. "So many scars, both old and new. They seem to..." She touches the side of your throat, flushes, then pulls away. "Pardon me, sir. I was curious to see how far they went." It's fine, and they're everywhere. My whole body is scarred." She nods. Holy moly, there's going to be a lot of conversation here, isn't there? I have a question about one of your pieces. Never mind, actually, farewell. Let's finish exploring the pieces, and then we can ask her about everything, right? But I think there's only... oh, there's only this one left. A brilliant ruby statuette stands on this pedestal, carved into the image of a winged humanoid. The figure is either demonic or angelic in nature, but it's difficult to tell which, because it refracts the light in the Galleria strangely. There's no placard indicating what exactly the statuette is. Alright, now we'll go talk to her. Do you have questions regarding one of the pieces? Yes. Tell me about the Arcadian stained glass window. A stained glass window was found hovering on the third layer of Arcadia 32 years ago, foretelling a scene that had yet to occur. When the event came to pass, the images faded to leave what you saw behind. It's believed to have captured both the light and the darkness from the orb of night and day on Arcadia, and slowly release it, creating a brief but slow fade of dawning and dusk, but only within the glass itself. The orb of night and day? Arcadia? Arcadia is a plane of peaceful order, also known as the land of perfect good. The orb of night and day is a sphere set in the top of Arcadia's highest peak. Each half emits either light or darkness. The turning of the orb gives Arcadia its day and night. Let me ask about another piece. The battle horn of Acheron. Ah, the cleansing horn. A horn of beaten lead, metal drawn directly from the cube of Acheron. It is said that the cleansing horn last sounded where the companies of the Jackal and the Gorged Eye clans met for their battle of the disputed lands. Legend tells us that this horn's power was used near the battle's end to draw the floating cubes together, crushing the routing company of the Jackal before it could escape. Cubes? Acheron? Acheron is a plane of harshly enforced order, where conformity is more important than good. It is composed of gigantic metal cubes, which float through an endless void. Many cubes are large enough that cities or entire kingdoms have been built upon their faces. Tell me about the dark birds of Acanthus.
Updated my journal.
All of them are chipped from the great magical sheet of black infinite ice that rests at the black belly of the plain of Acanthus. She pauses, tapping her chin. It's said that this sheet of ice is the final destination of the river Styx, and that the recollections of all that have plunged into the Styx memory-destroying waters still lie frozen within the ice. If the waters of the Styx destroy one's memories, would this ice from Acanthus do the same? I could only assume so, yes. Ah. Tell me about the ruby statuette. That piece was found in a cathedral in the fertile fields of Elysium, on the first layer, and Moria the Untroubled, where it bordered the river Oceanus. The name of the piece is not known, but the skill and craftsmanship are believed to be one of the most striking examples of gem crafting in the plains. The mere way in which the piece captures, distills, and enhances the light through its facets is part of its breathtaking wonder. It seems to bring to light the possible ideological connections between even the most evil and the purest beings in the multiverse. Fascinating. The statue of the Screaming Man. This statue is believed to be the final fate of the Etherezian sorcerer Gangroidon. Attacked by a conclave of rival sorcerers at the height of his dream madness, he was imprisoned with a spell that turned his flesh to stone. Gangroidon is said to be frozen with a final, awful curse still upon his lips. A curse so terrible that it was never meant to be spoken by the lips of a living man. It is said that the fury of the curse was enough to blister the flesh from the bones of those that heard it, and that it could even shatter the stones themselves. One of the paintings. Oh, fucking hell. Karasuthian Shoreline. Karasuthra is the lair of the Beastlands, which is perpetually shrouded in night, filled with all manner of animals that stalk their prey in the darkness. A painter who has fallen in love with the Cat Lord and followed her to her homeland gave the painting to me. Never did he reveal the secrets of their construction. Outland Raiders. An interesting piece, yes? The painter managed a most interesting effect with the forms of the cliff shadows. The woman who brought me this piece told me she found it in an abandoned camp in the Outlands. The original painter was never found. Presumably they were slain by the same raiders whose image they captured in the painting. Hazazoth at the Consumption of Nagar. The painting is a copy from the wall of one of the gatehouses, Sigil's largest asylum's sole walls. All the occupants could speak was, Hazazoth has consumed Nagar, Hazazoth has consumed Nagar. A bit frightening, I think, but a fine painting nonetheless. The surface of Thalasia. Thalasia is a sea in which the river Oceanus, which winds through most all of the plains of Elysium, begins and ends. The piece was painted by one of the many island's inhabitants. The library. I know very little about this piece. It simply arrived on the doorstep of my galleria one day, swathed in black cloth and labelled, "From the Citadel." One knowledgeable patron hypothesized that it might be some great sorcerer's fortress suspended within a demiplane of their own creation. The Folly of Udo. This painting illustrates one of the legends of the prime world Goha. Udo was a wizard king of such skill and power that he set to casting a spell that would turn himself into a power, and the people of his great nation into divine servants. With the spell's completion, lightning crashed down around Udo's palace, setting it ablaze, and, before the thunder had died away, the city was empty, not a living thing to be found. Over 70,000 people vanished without a trace in a heartbeat. No one knows the fate of Udo or his people. Veil beneath Llangedin. Bullbog Stonenose sold this painting to me. It is of a field beneath Mount Llangedin, the home of the dwarf Einherjar, spirits of the upper planes who serve as the guardians or warriors in the plains of Arcadia. Grey Hag of Oinos. It is said to be a portrait of Ravel Puzzlewell, very likely the most evil hag ever to have terrorized the Grey Wastes and beyond. What do you know of Ravel Puzzlewell? She is a night hag, one of the eldest Grey Sisters in the Wastes, who came to Sigil many centuries ago to pursue arcane experiments. It was believed that these experiments were against the lady's will, and that Ravel was thus banished from Sigil, imprisoned within one of the lady's mazes on the ethereal, where her body rests to this very day. Go on. Ravel was said to have been a master of riddles and puzzles, but it was believed that one riddle, one question in particular, was said to have plagued the ancient night hag. What can change the nature of a man? They said the thing! What can change the nature of a man? Go on. The thing! The thing was said. She issued a challenge to any who were interested. She promised to instruct any who came to her in her craft, if they could only answer the question to her satisfaction. If they could not, they consented to be her next meal. Many died coveting Ravel's teachings. It is believed that until her final hours in Sigil, Ravel never discovered the answer to her question. Go on. Ravel's crime was believed to be some means of trying to shatter the cage, trying to crack open Sigil itself for some unknown reason. This is all I know of her. Okay, tell me about Wave Motion Study number 7. A young man whose name I do not know sold me this piece. It was one of several he had, but the others already had owners, or so he said. I would so like to possess the entire collection, but alas, it oft seems that things are not meant to be. Moment's glance from the walls of Mokma. Mokma is a Githzerai fortress which floats in the plane of Limbo. The moment's glance was painted by the Chaos Scholar Dai, who remembers everything she sees with perfect clarity when she is not stricken with madness. Can you see, Ivana? I cannot see, but only because I do not wish to. In time I will allow my vision to return so that I can re-experience the contents of my galleria with the benefit of new fresh eyes. What is this place? Why, it's my galleria of the plains. She smiles and gestures around her. These pieces have been brought from far and wide. Some I sell, some I keep. All I display at one time or another. Please enjoy them, and again, should you have questions regarding any of the pieces, do not hesitate to ask me about them. What is of interest here? I'm afraid that I do not go far from beyond the galleria, and cannot help you with this matter. Could I find work here? I'm afraid that I do not... Okay. I wanted to ask about a specific place. I don't go far from here. I just need directions. I don't go far from here. And then she just says the same as what she already told me. Thank you very much. You've been very helpful, Ivana. Take care. Goodbye.
Done.
Done. The Curiosity Shoppy. Let's go to the Curiosity Shoppy. Ye old Curiosity Shop. But also let's explore around here. A curious looking building to say the least. Someone's got a tent around here. Let's go in here as well.
All right.
The man gives a sheepish smile and a half bow at your approach. For a moment I thought you were one of my employer's men when you walked in. Was I ever relieved to see that you were not? Why? I could not stand my work at the Records Sub Hall 7 for another moment, so I darted off. Had I simply gone home, my employer would have sent a messenger, the tyrant. That's why I'm hiding here, of course. I intend to lounge about for a bit longer before returning to my cramped little desk. Okay, bye then.
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Zzz. A set of unusual forged tools. Though their handles look to be made of carved bone, they are heavier than iron. Shelves full of mugs, plates, books, decanters, candle holders and other bric-a-brac. Most are of strange metals or minerals, and many of the books appear to be bound in flesh. An empty book holder holding a set of invisible books. 3 orbs which represent nothing so much as large coloured pearls. They tremble slightly at your touch and give off a faint warmth. Several very large teeth, a dozen smaller ones lie stacked on a shelf above them. A massive battle standard. It looks to be made of some scaled creature's hide. Its sight stirs up faint memories. You may not have seen this particular one before, but others like it perhaps.
Done.
Already read you. These swords are beautiful, worked with delicate engravings and inscriptions. They are merely decorative, however, unsuitable for use in combat. Who is Standish? This downtrodden little man scurries about the curiosity shop, dusting, cataloguing and moving things about for the place's proprietress. You notice he smells faintly of onions. He glances up at you nervously as you approach. Please, sir, I can't speak with you. I've work to do and my mistress simply won't allow it. Few questions. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't. Please leave me be before my mistress notices me talking to you. Your mistress? The man nods. Yes, Mistress Vrishika. I am Standish, her servant, her slave. I committed a crime and was sentenced to slavery when purchased in the lower ward, like many of her slaves, most of whom she keeps at her manor. Now please, I beg of you, leave me be or she'll be angered and beat me unmercifully. Alright. Whoa. That guy just vanished. What happened? Was that a glitch, or was he supposed to do that? This sharp-featured woman's appearance is attractive, though somewhat disturbing, with her blue-black skin and bright yellow eyes. As she examines you, a small pair of bat-like wings unfolds from her back, and seems to settle back into her skin. Well, a floating disembodied, prevaricating skull. She narrows her eyes. You're the scarred man who's been going around asking all the questions? You sure look lost. Did you want to come in, really, or are you just casing the place because you have nothing better to do? Because Vrishika can help you. How can you help me? I travel and trade extensively. I hear a great deal. I purchase a great deal, and I own a great deal. Perhaps I can make you a great deal. Is there anything that you desire? Only to ask some questions. I'll entertain any questions about the merchandise, but I'm not going to be drawn into one of your famous 20 questions about anything around the spire. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I understand. What are you, Vrishika? An Alu fiend, a half-demon. My mother was Tanari, a fiend, and my father, a great king of mortals. Such a rude question. But then, you're rather rude-looking yourself, aren't you? What did you mean by calling Mort prevaricating? Prevaricating, misrepresenting, perjuring, dissimulating, lying. Oh, did I say that? I meant a floating, disembodied, pontificating skull. As in dogmatic, always stating an opinion in a self-important manner. Okay. Tell me about this place, at least. What you see within this shop is the result of much trading and travelling across the plains. Weapons, charms, and other specialty items are here for sale. As well, everything is rare and also exquisite. Your needs, I sate them. Would you care to examine the weapons and charms or some of my more exotic items? Yeah, let's go exotic. She smiles. If you see nothing you like here, there are more items towards the front and back of the store as well. The Fiend's Tongue. This is a Fiend's Tongue, a Cornigons, I think, but who knows really. It's said that when placed into the mouth of any living thing, it will give it the ability to speak, even if there was none before. I'm selling this oddity for only 66 coppers if you want it. Anything the ability to speak. Is there something that can't speak that I wanted to speak? Yeah, I'll take it. Yes, a wise choice. Please enjoy your new acquisition. The Gorgon Salve. I traded for this with some sword-slinging prime worlder, Perseus, I think was his name. Smeared onto the surface of any being turned to stone, it will revert them to flesh. Only 100 copper commons. A bargain. I'll take it. A wise choice. I feel like all this is just garbage, but... Examine the metallic cube figurine. You examine a small metal replica of a cube-like creature with 2 eyes on one of its faces. The toy has 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 folding wings, and at least 18 points of articulation. A collector's item perhaps, or a piece of artwork, who knows, but I like it. If you do buy it, ask around. Someone might know more about it than I. You can have it for only 1,500 copper coins. No? What? No? Monster Jug. Despite its common appearance, you feel reluctant to touch the thing as if it might bite you. It's a jug. It's got some sort of monster trapped in it. That's why your hair's prickling up like that. No. Front of the store. Baby oil. Interested? It's the real thing, of course. Thousands of mewling mortal babies went into the making of the stuff. Thanks. Chocolate Quasit. It looks delicious, does it not? Imported from the lower plains, these are rare, you know, quite prized by lovers of chocolate and confections. It's a real Quasit, a fiendish familiar, polymorphed into chocolate by powerful sorcery. No. Codex of the Inconceivable. This is the Codex of the Inconceivable. I'll only say that it's just, well, I cannot explain it. Mere words simply won't suffice. You can own it yourself for a mere 1,000 copper commons. Do I want things like that? I don't fucking know. Diva's Tears. These were collected from a diva who was captured during the Blood War skirmish. The fiends tormented the imprisoned angel for aeons before he at last escaped. The small bottle holds the 12 tears he shed in that time. Their price is but 100 copper commons. The elixir of horrific separation. This stuff was compounded by a scholar who'd found she possessed a darker half, a side of her which took control at times and bade her do awful things. This potion was to have split the darker half away from her, creating 2 separate beings. Mercy killers, however, found and executed her for a string of depraved murders before she could use it. I'd charge you only 200 copper commons. No. Examine the stained lens. You examine a stained ground glass lens with the width of your hand, held in a brushed steel ring. A small geared protrusion coming off the ring makes it look as if the lens should be attached to some sort of clockwork machine, and it smells faintly of horrible perfume. Vrishika holds it for you. I have no idea what this really is, but it radiates fairly powerful magic. An old soldier named Gysis brought it to me from the lower plane battlefield. He'd murdered his own men in order to escape his tour of duty there, and brought me a number of interesting items he collected over the course of the campaign. I've kept it mostly as a conversation piece, though you may have it for 149 copper coins if you like. Yevra's Ring. This is Yevra's Ring of almost invisibility. It makes the wearer invisible. Well, almost. Nah. Rune-covered ale stein. An ale mug of unusual manufacture which keeps its contents, usually beer of course, icy cold, whatever the surrounding temperature. Oh, that's like what that other guy has. Tattered ragdoll. The years have not been kind to this tiny ragdoll. It's coming apart at the seams and looks like its threads are unraveling. It's obviously intended to be a replica of the Lady of Pain, but the button eyes and its plush softness don't strike much fear into your heart. Vrishika holds it up for you to examine. This was found in a well-trapped strongbox sunk deep beneath the surface of Sigil. It was part of a small hoard of treasure and forbidden magical texts, though I don't know what it's for. If you like it, it's only 99 copper coins. No thanks. So what did I buy? I bought a... Where's the other thing I bought? I definitely bought something. Oh, Gorgon Salve. There it is. I figure I'm going to do a quick save, but then we'll go and see if we can use that Gorgon Salve on that evil wizard that's in the
Done.
That's in the art gallery.
All right.
Apply the Gorgon Salve. You smear the foul-smelling ointment over the statue. There's a strange shimmering around the statue, and you watch the statue take an intake of breath, and the eyes of Gangroiden fill with blazing, vengeful madness. Cover your ears. Before you can do a thing, a blazing torrent of words flies from the sorcerer's lips. As he speaks, you feel an agonizing sensation, like a sudden wave of raging heat pour over you and settle into your skin like a blistering wound. Blindness strikes you as your eyes burst, running from the sockets like shattered eggs. You hear someone screaming and realize it's you. Wait for the horror to end. The last thing you hear, even over your own cries, is Mort shouting.
Taunts, all right.
By the lady's bladed teats, what a... Everything suddenly falls silent as the last of your senses flicker and fade away to nothing.
Don't let it end like this.
You know, I was just sitting here wondering whether you were gonna get up. You know, it wouldn't kill you to say a few words to me, Fiendling. Or hug me. Or kiss me.
I got experience for that, but I don't know if I want that to happen.
All right.
I think I might reload, but I also really want to see what is going on in that shop now. Like if there's still a mad wizard in there throwing spells around.
All right.
Oh wait. It's this way, innit?
gone.
He's vanished. What does she say about it? One of the pieces. That statue of the Screaming Man. Odd you should ask about that. Just after the terrible noise, some patrons came running and told me about a mangled corpse on the floor. The Harmonium came to remove the body from the premises, but could find no perpetrator. I told them that in all likelihood some madman had released Gongroiden and been slain by his curse, but the old sorcerer himself was nowhere to be found. I know nothing more. Lol. Cool. Cool.
Done.
Cool, 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 cool. Spoke to all these guys. I'm assuming these guys don't want to talk to me. Greetings, move along, I had questions. Okay, goodbye. What's that? That's the apothecary. And this down here is... Alright, barkeep. No wine, but I had some questions. Humblest apologies, sir, but I make it a policy to serve drinks and nothing more. You shall have to look elsewhere for conversation, I'm afraid. Very well. There's someone called Aelwyn here. This tall, slender woman occasionally looks up from a cup of wine to scan the surrounding patrons and passers-by. Her facial features are elegantly exotic, and her eyes, a brilliant gold in colour, catch the light sparkling as she looks about. Greetings. She regards you carefully for a moment before replying. She speaks slowly and carefully, avoiding direct contact with you. I, Aelwyn, return your greetings. Aelwyn, your friend Namel is looking for you.
Updated my journal.
She begins to smile, but then covers her mouth with her hand and looks down at her drink. I, Aelwyn, am most pleased to hear of Namel. Might I, Aelwyn, persuade you to tell her of this place? Yes.
Updated my journal.
She looks at you directly, and for just the briefest of moments, before she casts her eyes back down to her drink, your senses are awash with a warm, comfortable feeling, pure happiness. I, Aelwyn, thank you. It's my pleasure. May I ask you about her, though? The way she speaks, and what her words do. How? I, Aelwyn, can only say that we come from another place, another world. We're not like the people here, whose words, thoughts, very feelings even, affect nothing directly. I, Aelwyn, take great care so as not to affect those around me too greatly. Namel, she is new here, and cannot do so. It is something she must learn. She should choose to remain here much longer. But why? There are many reasons. I, Aelwyn, feel it is not right to impose reality upon those without the ability to impose their own reality upon me. Aelwyn. Is there anything you cannot do by simply speaking of it? She frowns. A strange unpleasant feeling rises from the pit of your stomach. Please, I, Aelwyn, would speak of it no more. Just one other question. She looks at you directly, your face reflected in the glittering golden discs of her eyes. He would speak of it no more to Aelwyn, and thus would no longer force her to speak in such a way to him. You find yourself unable to voice another question, your words catching your throat as you try to ask. Fine then, farewell. Was there anything in that shop of curiosities that can help me with these people to make them stop doing this awful thing to me? But where's the bar? Oh, it's over here, isn't it? Namel. I found Aelwyn. She was looking for you too.
Updated my journal.
Her lips form a perfect smile. An infectious happiness radiates from her, clinging to you like a sweet-smelling warmth. Namel was overjoyed to hear of her friend. Was Aelwyn close by? She's at another cafe east of here, across this part of the ward. Namel thanked the man for his wondrous news. Soon, she would go to visit her oldest friend, Aelwyn. Now, though, she would reward the stranger. That's all right, I don't need reward. Namel touches her index finger to her lips, making a faint hushing noise. She would draw the stranger close, laying her hand upon his chest and kissing the pale leathery skin of his cheek. Life would flow into him, invigorating him. This, then, was to be his reward. Max HP +3, nice! As you wait, there is a light tingling sensation upon your cheek and chest. The feeling spreads across the whole of your body as you begin to feel stronger, more animated. Thanks, I had questions. Okay, bye then, Namel. Catch you later. Appreciate that.
Ah, the sweet smell of sensates and governors.
Should have mort. You don't know me.
I'm gone.
This attractive, pale-faced girl smiles at you, motioning towards a book full of charcoal sketches. Greetings and well met, good sir. My name is Ulana. I'm an artist by trade and would gladly make a fine sketch for you. But for 5 copper commons. I can make a serious sketch if you like, or a caricature. No thanks, bye. Farewell then. Please do not hesitate to return should you change your mind. I don't know when I would ever need a sketch of myself. And the game agrees. Apparently.
All right.
Okay, so we've got... I just need to remember the under sigil I've not been to yet. So we've got the apothecary. The colour glass of this window is cut to resemble large gems. These shelves are littered with containers holding various powders, liquids, shavings and the like. Most are unlabelled.
Done.
Scattered over the counter are a myriad alchemical flasks and jugs and beakers, most of them currently empty. I've got things to do. I appreciate you leaving me alone. Sure. I've got things to do. Leave me alone as well. You see a wall-eyed fellow whose skin seems to writhe and ripple across his entire body. He's smacking his chapped lips with a blotched tongue. As you watch, his right eye moves independently of the left, focusing on you. A second later, the left one flicks to look your way, then reverts to its original position. The right eye blinks. A strange gurgling comes from his throat. Hello? The man gives a lopsided grin and points at himself with his right thumb. Pestle, I'm called, the alchemist. He points at himself again, this time with his left index finger. Dar's name's Kiln. Need you something? Are you alright? Aye, I am. Ha! His throat convulses for a moment, then relaxes. A large green glowing pustule suddenly bursts from the side of his neck. Something you needed then, sir? Gah! His throat clenches again, and a wave of quivering flesh swallows the blistering green pustule back beneath the skin of his throat. He coughs violently for a moment, and then seems to relax. Phew. May I ask what happened to you? The left eye rolls upwards in exasperation. The right eye looks askance. Too much to drink. Too much of what, though? Potions I drank. Too many potions. His mouth slides down beneath his chin. His left nostril forms one another. Dar's most I ever drank, that's for certain. Of polymorphin they were, and brewed in limbo. Anything I could do to help? The man's eyes turn inwards to look at each other, then back to you. Dunno. He shudders. The mouth below his chin moves up to envelop the one his nostril formed. What? The mouth below his chin moves up to envelop the one his nostril formed. This sort of thing happens quite often. We can't seem to help but sample the stock. If you find a way to help, the two of us would be grateful, sir. I had a question. Half of his mouth curls downwards into a frown. He shakes his head. Work into stockroom all day, I do. He shudders violently. Suddenly a third eye pops open over the bridge of the nose. The left one shifts sideways as the new eye takes its place. I speak only of the store, sir. That said, the skin of his face seems to eat the new eye, and the left one returns to its old location. I can help, actually. I can go buy that potion. The curiosity lady had a potion that splits people in half. This seems like a perfect job for that. I would like, from the back of the store, from the front of the store, the Elixir of Horrific Separation. I'll take it. I'd like to look at your weapons and charms as well. I'll sell you that. I'll sell you that, I'll sell you that, I'll sell you that. All of them. And that, and that, and that.
I'm gone.
I'm gone. Hi, bro. I've got this elixir of horrific separation. Do you think it'd help? He nods, smacking his lips. Here you go, then. Pestle Kiln takes the bottle in both his hands and places it beneath the counter. His left eye focuses on you, whilst his right eye and hand concentrate on scribbling furiously on the countertop. We can use this to make something that'll fix us. Right on up. Now, if you'll give us a moment, when we got it all worked out, we'll make you some healing stuffs for a reward. We wait. Are you done? Hi, Pestle. This man closely resembles Pestle Kiln, though without the crawling skin and constant subtle mutations. Greetings again, sir, and well met. And what is it I, Pestle, can do for you? I was hoping to get some healing concoctions. Yes, of course, your reward, aye? Let's see. I'll manufacture them for ye for nothing, of course, but I'll need the proper ingredients. An Oni's heart, or powdered hematite, or the hair of a diva, or a thread from an Asimon's robe, or the blood of a regenerating creature, such as a troll, or... Actually, my wounds heal very quickly. He raises an eyebrow. Do they now? Well then, your own blood might do. Here, give me a sample. After drawing a small quantity of your blood and retreating to the back of the store, Pestle returns with a number of what appears to be hardened drops of blood. Placed upon one's tongue, these clot charms will heal existing wounds and aid in the preservation of new ones for a time. Thanks. My humblest apologies, sir, but I only speak of the store. Besides, I rarely leave this place, you see. You'd be better off finding your answers... another answer to your questions. Alright. And how about you, sir? This man's face closely resembles blah blah blah. Greetings again. The name's Kiln. Need you something? Got some questions. I work in the stock room all day. You have to talk to Pestle to buy things.
I'm gone.
Good. I'm glad I could
Alright.
help everybody. I am glad I could help. Anything up here? Hello, Brande. Hello, Brande. I'm gonna go in your house first.
Done.
Endure. Your path is mine.
Hello, Brande. This old woman examines you closely with her sharp grey eyes. First your face, then your arms and various tattoos. Greetings, scarred one. Come to speak with Ella Brande, have you? Come to have your fortune told mayhap for a paltry 5 coins? Sure. She places your coins in her belt pouch and takes your hands. She quietly studies your palms, frowning deeply. At long last she speaks. Some rare folk are what are called fateless, you see. They wander through their lives doing as they see fit, creating their own destinies. You have no fortune to tell, scarred one. None at all. I have nothing to tell you, so here is your coin. She returns your 5 coppers. Okay. I do not speak of things mundane, scarred one. Okay. Hold you one moment, scarred one. Alabrande reaches out, touching your arm. My mother gave me something once long ago, a scroll sealed with wax. A hooded man had entrusted it to her, and said that a man such as you would one day unwittingly come to claim it. Here, I would have you take it now. What is it? She shakes her head, frowning. I do not know. She was sworn never to read the thing, and I obeyed her request to leave the seal unbroken. The man had paid her handsomely to take the scroll, but warned her of the direst consequence should she open it. Okay. Suspicious sealed scroll. This scroll has been tightly bound with red ribbon and sealed with wax. You can't put your finger on it, but you've got a bad feeling about the thing, as if opening and reading the scroll could be somehow dangerous. Break the seal, open the scroll, read it.
Updated my journal.
The scroll contains a few lines of shaky calligraphy and a strange rune. The calligraphy reads, "This may not kill you, but it will slow you down, I am sure. Stop chasing me, you thieving bastards. It's my body, mine, mine, mine. Now die." What the? The rune suddenly throbs and the entire scroll begins to dissolve into a stinking black mess. The fluid seeps directly into the flesh of your hands. In seconds, the magical hematoxin begins to render your blood into a black bile. For a moment, you clutch at yourself, howling in agony. And then the pain subsides. You have survived whatever horrible magic was placed upon the scroll.
All right.
What? What? Then I will keep it, because maybe I can give it to someone. Hehehehe. Right, what have we got around here? Okay, that's the Civic Fest Hall. I don't want to go there just yet. I'll come round down here. Old Poet. This kindly looking old man spares you only the briefest of glances before returning to his recitation. Heckle the poet. You heckle and jeer at the poet, making fun of his style of verse, appearance, and postulated home life. You top it off by interrupting a few of his verses and completing them with bawdy rhymes of your own, which draws some chuckles from onlookers and sets the old poet, doing his best to ignore you, gritting his teeth. That was kind of mean, but... Eli Havelock. This narrow-eyed, sharp-faced man is scanning his surroundings with a look of vague disinterest, pausing occasionally to look down and pick at his fingernails. Despite being clothed in silk and velvet finery, he managed to look unsavory and more than a little dangerous. Greetings. The man looks your way. His eyes are dark slits, like narrow stab wounds beneath the brow. His voice is low and gruff, despite his slender build. Pike off. I have some questions. You think I wander the ward looking for strangers to spill dark for? Now pike off. Why are you here then? To be surly with passers-by? Huh. He stands quietly for a moment, then breaks into a crooked smile. That's good, that. He considers you for a moment. I'm a tutor at the Civic Fest Hall. Name's Havelock, Eli Havelock. As a veteran scout, I teach the art of subterfuge. You mean thievery? His lip curls up in a disgusted sneer. Thieves and thievery is all it always is. 5 tours I spend as a reconnaissance operative in the War of Lies. Scout is my title. Scout. I teach the ways of stealth and spycraft, not common thievery. Okay, bye. You can't make anything through that window. Or that window. Jolmy's messenger. This slender young man approaches you wearing a somewhat worried expression. 1,000 pardons, sir, but I'm looking for a certain man, and I think you might be able to help me. How so? I am a messenger, sir, who seeks a man it said cannot die, a scarred man for whom death is nothing but the most trivial of annoyances. You match the admittedly vague description I was given, sir, and I wondered if you were he. Who wants to know? I am in the hire of a wealthy noblewoman, Jolmy Sirmia. I'm the man you're looking for. He nods then bows deeply. A message for you then, sir. Mistress Jolmy of the House Sirma, a lady of high standing, has sent me. Mistress Jolmy would like to meet you in the Civic Fest Hall, where she would make a proposal, of which I know nothing, to you. Should you choose to seek her out, she wears green silks trimmed with gold. She has hair the colour of blue steel. That is the extent of my message, sir. Farewell. Where is it?
Updated my journal.
In the northeast corner of this part of the clerk's ward, sir. It is a large structure and should be easy to spot. Goodbye. Okay, then we go into the brothel of slating intellectuals. The most intellectual of brothels.
All right.
It's got interesting music in here, isn't it? How pretty.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to say a few words to me, fiendling. Or hug me. Or kiss me.
Or kiss me. This kindly looking older man turns as you approach and nods politely. I have questions. What are you doing here? What most men do here, young fellow, chatting with the fair ladies of the brothel. Anyone in particular you'd recommend? I would have to say no, strike that. Well, young man, I'm unsure what you're after. Were I certain of what sort of conversation you would find enjoyable, perhaps I would be more qualified to make a suggestion. Okay. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? I know little save the legends that most every child has heard, that she is a night hag, but one especially evil, and that she was banished from Sigil long, long ago. Okay, who's this? Fall from Grace. Before you is a stunning golden-haired woman dressed in an azure and violet dress, with two long, elegant wings draped across her shoulders. She's surveying the room with a slight smile. She is easily the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. Oh, hello.
Well met, traveler. How may I help you?
She's got voice acting. That means she's either important or a party member. The woman turns as you address her. She takes your measure, then nods slightly. You notice her eyes are azure. It's the exact same colour as her dress. Well met, traveller. She reaches up to brush back a stray lock of golden hair. How may I help you? Who are you?
Updated my journal.
I love that she's like, well met, traveller, how may I help you? And the nameless one's just furiously scribbling into his little book, like staring at her. Updating my journal. I'm called Fall from Grace. She studies you for a moment. You are new to Sigil, are you not? Yes I am. Does it show? Not as much as you might think. You carry yourself quite well. What is this place? This is the brothel of slating intellectual lusts. She studies you for a moment. I take it by your question that you did not intend to partake of this establishment. Brothel of slating intellectual lusts? What kind of brothel is this? I established this brothel to give those lustful fevers that strike the mind more avenues of expression, rather than simply carnal. Much pleasure can be had in conversation and engaging in the verbal arts with others. Sounds dull. Yeah, well done, Mort. I assure you it is not. To all the brothels, see for yourselves. So this is a brothel where there's no intercourse, only of a psychological nature. Rest assured, it is still quite stimulating. I have to ask, why did you establish such a place? She raises an eyebrow. That is an odd question. I don't think anyone has ever asked me that, at least directly. So, why did you? Part of the answer to your question requires that you know that I am a member of the Society of Sensation. Our faction believes that one should experience as much of the multiverse as possible. And that is why you established this place? This brothel is intended to slate the lusts of even the hardened intellectual. It is designed to stimulate the mind, to heighten one's awareness of themselves and others, to create new ways of experiencing another person. It is for those who seek something more than the shallow physical pleasures that fill the hive and lower wards. Well, I wouldn't call them I mean, I can understand that. The women here must be special indeed. The women here are aspiring sensates. They have come to me in search of instruction to prepare themselves to enter the faction. Also, many of them have a natural grasp of language that can shatter the crust of the most hardened individual. Sensates? Yes, I am a member of the Society of Sensation. Our faction believes that one should experience as much of the multiverse as possible, and the girls here are in training to be sensates. Yes, I hope that by learning the art of language and its subtleties, that the patrons and the students here may learn more about themselves. One is only as limited at their command as their command of the language. To be able to employ language to evoke emotion in others is a tremendous skill. Those wings on your back, what are you? She's one of the fiends, one of the succubi she is. She'll take your measure, and then she'll take your soul to the lower planes, so she will. Your companion is correct. I am a lesser Tanari, more specifically a succubus. I'm afraid we're a little too common in the lower planes and elsewhere for our own good. Most of my race spend their time seducing mortals with various pleasures of the flesh. And you?
Updated my journal.
I'd like to think that I have distanced myself from that. It is untimely. It is ultimately a trivial and non-productive way for one to spend one's time here in the multiverse. There is much more to life, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps so. I came here looking for help. Perhaps you can help me. Help? What kind of help are you looking for? I seem to have lost my memories. In doing so, I've lost myself. You've been stricken with amnesia? She looks pained. How terrible. Do you have any idea how it happened? Not really. At least not that I remember. I woke up on a slab in the mortuary and everything before that's black. You woke up in the mortuary? I think the dustmen mistook me for being dead, or I was dead, or something. All I know is that I regenerate wounds quickly. I could be immortal, but I don't even know that for sure. She seems to be appraising you with a renewed interest. Those scars on your body. May I? Sure. She drags her fingers across your chest lightly, tracing the edges of your scars and following the curves where they blend into some of your tattoos. She seems fascinated. These scars do look as if they would have taken several lifetimes to accumulate. They certainly do, though some are more recent. She takes a step back. Some of those wounds would have been fatal to a normal man. What do you intend to do now? I intend to get my memories back and my life back. I intend to scour the plains and search inside myself until I can piece together who I am and what brought me to this state. She's still thinking, a finger tapping on her chin. I must say I've never met a man who has lost himself in the literal sense. Forgive me, but your condition is intriguing. Intriguing? Frightening is more like it. I don't like not knowing who I am, what I may have done, who my enemies are, and who my friends. I have offended you with words. I give my apology if you'll have it. I'm not offended. Apology accepted. If it will help, you're welcome to tour the brothel. Several of our students are well versed in the verbal arts. Perhaps some of them will be able to rekindle your memories. I may do that.
Updated my journal.
Have you ever heard of a night hag named Ravel? I'm familiar with the name. Rumours cluster thickly about that name, and most tend to discount her as myth, but I suspect that she did exist and she made quite an impression in the cage during her stay here. Why do you ask? I intend to seek her out. Truly, I found myself compelled to ask why. I need information she has. Is this information available from no one else? I suspect that only Ravel possesses the knowledge I need.
Updated my journal.
She rests her hand lightly on your arm. Consider this, if Ravel does indeed exist, then she's extremely powerful and cunning. If a fraction of the stories of her activities are true, then she is a creature that has discovered new meanings of evil. To search for her is not a quest to be undertaken lightly. I realize that. She was said to be one of the hags of the Grey Waste, and that she was believed to possess powers and a cunning far beyond those of her sisters. She came to Sigil long ago, and in addition to the evil she committed during her stay, rumour has it that her actions threatened the cage itself. Now she primarily exists only as fiction, a figure in children's stories. I imagine the Lady of Pain dealt with her as all threats to Sigil are dealt with. How?
Updated my journal.
Ravel was most likely sent to a maze, one of the lady's prisons. Mazes? What are they?
Updated my journal.
She places her hands together, thumbs and fingers touching, forming a rough circle. The lady is said to have the power to take pieces of Sigil. You watch in surprise as a ghostly image of Grace's little fingers pull itself from the hand and floats into the air, curling into a small circle, and make a maze. Go on. The small ghostly circle floats in the air, then begins to slowly rotate. The piece of Sigil she takes holds the prisoner. There is no escaping being mazed. It can happen at any time, while walking down the street, through a door, and then you are somewhere else. Inside the ghostly circle, you can suddenly see a flicker of movement, like someone's walking inside. Go on. She continues, the tiny ghost maze reflected in her eyes. It's said there is a portal that leads out of each maze, but they are difficult to find. Perhaps they are left in to give the prisoner hope. Perhaps they are left in to torture the prisoner. Perhaps it is both. What can you tell me about this plane that Ravel is from, the Grey Waste? A blighted plane that lies effectively between Bartor and the Abyss. It is frequently a battleground in the Blood War. Is there anyone else who might know about her? Someone in the Fest Hall may know more of her.
Updated my journal.
Would you like to join me on my travels? Anna stiffens, then starts muttering under her breath. Who's to say she'll be coming with us? We don't need the likes of her, so we don't. Bar that fiendling. He clicks his teeth together. I'm all for the succubus coming with us. The powers know you're about as fun as passing a caltrop through your bowels. You best latch your bonebox skull, or I'll rattle you so hard you'll be picking your teeth off the spire. Travel with you? She seems to be ignoring your companions. That's rather forward of you. You're a sensate. Surely there must be a limit to how much you can learn here. I think you would be surprised. If you want me to accompany you on your travels, I need a far more compelling reason than that. You mean you wouldn't be interested in travelling with an immortal amnesiac who's searching the plains for himself? Oh, I would be extremely interested. Such a suggestion is intriguing, make no mistake about that. Then you would like to travel with me. If you wish me to, then there is something you must do for me. There are 10 students in this establishment. I would like you to speak to all of them, then return to me with your thoughts. Then we shall see if we shall travel together. Okay.
Updated my journal.
I've updated my journal. I've updated my journal. I've updated my journal. My journal is updated.
Hi?
Do you want to use your special thief ability? This is a passionate, steamy, and rather graphic love letter. Who it's to and who it's from, however, are quite vague. Huh. Eves the Tail Chaser. This fetching woman has a faraway look in her soft, sea-green eyes. Hello. Yes, I am Eves the Tail Chaser. What a coincidence, I too chase tails. She continues unperturbed. Have you come to trade tales? I have some questions. Why are you called the Tail Chaser? Once upon a time, a girl came to an oracle who was rumoured to know so many things and asked of it a boon. Her life was in need of direction, so she asked this oracle as to what would give her purpose. Now the oracle was not evil, but it was vague and tended towards drink, which caused it to be obscure in many matters of judgment and focus. Its only answer to the girl's question was that within one story that she would hear in her lifetime was the truth that she sought. The girl went off and collected stories which she chased to this day, not knowing which of the 1,000 holds the truth. Such is the danger of a foolish question and the wisdom of an unspoken one. What are you doing here? I collect tales and trade them with others who have tales of their own. Can you tell me about this place? That is part of Mistress Grace's story, which is not mine to tell. She has said that when she nears the end of her years, she shall tell me, and only if I pledge never to share it with another. She hopes that she will never need to tell me her tale, for she hopes I will find my own story before that time and leave this place. I think she fears my life will be squandered in searching for this tale and not acting upon what I already know. But it cannot be helped. Your own story? Eves, you look familiar. Is your mother named Ivana? Yes, but she and I no longer speak, just as I shall speak of her no more. Do you know anything of Ravel Puzzlewell? The tale of Ravel Puzzlewell, frightener of children, begins and ends with a question. What can change the nature of man? Go on. Many were the times she posed this riddle to those who approached her, those who sought to glean from her strange magics that she alone seemed to possess. All attempted to answer her query, but to no avail, and they found the price of their wrong answer to be some horrible fate, always more terrible than the last victims. To recount their various torments would fucking hell. To recount their various torments would to... Can't read anymore. To recount their various torments would be to speak of things that nightmares are woven from. Go on. The tale strikes me in this way. Ravel herself knew not the answer to this question, but she lusted for such an answer. Only the why of the matter remained in question. Why did the nature of a man matter to one of the Grey Sisters, especially to one of such power as Ravel? It is said that she put the question to the Lady of Pain, not directly, but shouted it to Sigil itself, daring for the lady to answer. When no reply was forthcoming, she wove terrible magics that threatened to open the cage and let the fury of the plains roll in like a wave. She received no answer other than banishment. To this day, no one knows the answer to Ravel's question, and now there is no one to petition, for Ravel herself is gone, lost to the plains.
Updated my journal.
Wait, there is more. Though my tale ends with Ravel's demise, there are some that claim the hag still lives. There is a silent prostitute here who once talked of such things, but she speaks no longer. If she would speak to you, she might tell you more of Ravel. What can you tell me of this silent prostitute?
Updated my journal.
Echo? I once heard a tale of a girl who knew the word that, if spoken, would undo the multiverse. Perhaps this is Echo. Ask Dolora, though. I understand that she sometimes meets with one who knew Echo before she stopped speaking. May we trade tales? I would like that very much. Tell her your story of your waking up in the mortuary. She leans forward as you tell the tale of your waking in the dustman's mortuary. She seems to devour your every word. As you finish, she smiles at you. I shall remember this tale. I too will tell the tale of the dustmen. Chapters of Dust. There are chapters in the Dead Book, the massive tome which the dustmen keep that records the passing of all the lives into the eternal boundary. In this book, there are chapters that are naught but dust, and it is believed that the names therein are lost souls who cannot die but must suffer life eternally until history itself dies and grants them release. Tell her the story of the Alley of Lingering Sighs. As you finish, she smiles. I shall remember this tale, and I have one before. Before I begin, I must ask, do you know what a Modron is? No. Modrons are creatures of total law, almost more machinery than living things. There are many different sorts of Modron, but all have their place in a very rigid, carefully organized hierarchy. So dedicated are they to this system that they cannot communicate with or even consider the existence of Modrons who are not their immediate superiors or inferiors. I understand now. Then I shall tell you the tale of the clock and the quadrone. Once upon a time there existed a Modron. It was a newly created, its logic fresh and untested, and it had come to Sigil following the commands of its Modron superiors. It knew of nothing but commands and dictates, of obedience and passing along the orders of its superiors. For you see, Modrons are only aware of the commands of their immediate superiors. They have no grasp of a higher authority until this one. One day it came upon a small shop, within which there was a small clock that could no longer tell the time. It was cracked along the edges and the wheels of its hands broken. The Modron immediately set itself to work at getting the parts to fix the broken clock. It made a new wooden housing for the clock's parts, replaced the bent springs carefully, filed and oiled the clockwork machinery, and carved new hands from the sparse metal available to it. The newly repaired clock's precise ticking reminded it of the great gears of Mechanus, and it comforted it as much as anything may comfort a Modron. And what the Modron never came to understand was that it truly loved this clock that it had worked on, and for reasons it could not explain, elected to remain in Sigil and be with the clock for the rest of its years. Requin's Curse. I will tell you the Gilded Tale. Upon the plain of Isgard is the Gilded Hall, where those sensates that seek pleasure of gullet and loin can be found. They indulge the passions in earnest, never realizing that the doors in the hall never open, and that there is no clear path back to the civic fest hall. They are the unwanted sensates, the ones who do not truly believe in the faction, but instead seek only pleasure for pleasure's sake. Are prisoners who do not realize they are such truly prisoners? Alley of Dangerous Angles. I have one for you, the Lady's Suitor. The tale concerns a suitor of a young lady of the Lady of Pain, one of many over the years. He was a young man who was obsessed with the Mistress of Sigil. He saw her everywhere, in every corner of the city. He would hear the rustling of her robes, the scrape of her blades, and grew infatuated beyond all reason. He hoped that if he worshipped her, that he would at last be able to see her, and so worship her he did. He was found dead on the blood-soaked steps of his own home, grievous stab wounds covering the whole of his body, but his eyes were open wide, and upon his lips was a triumphant smile. The story of Farad. Now I have one for you. Once came a man who had experienced the most beautiful thing in the multiverse. It was his intention to place the experience within one of the Civic Festival's sensory stones, magical devices which held feelings and memories for an eternity, leaving them for others to partake of. But he thought about it. Wouldn't its being shared dilute the experience? So he held it to himself, precious thing that it was, and aged with the memory. But as he aged, the memory became tarnished and beaten, and he could no longer recall the glory of the experience. The story of Ignis. I have one for you, the execution. Once, a murderer roamed Sigil streets, a black-hearted man by the name of Cossacks. He had been blessed by his abyssal mother so that no one could strike him with an intent to harm, or they themselves would die. He revelled in his blessing, using it to start fights and murder anyone who crossed his path. During one of his murderous rages, he was captured by the Harmonium with nets and brought before governors. The trial was short, final, yet Cossacks laughed at the proceedings, knowing that no one among them could harm him without dying horribly. At the final day of his trial, he was proclaimed guilty and sentenced to death. Cossack's sentence proclaimed by the governors was this: confinement for thrice 30 days, during which time you shall give up your life or be declared dead and your body removed when all signs of life cease. Cossacks laughed and dared any of them to try to harm him, yet the court was silent. The mercy killers led Cossacks to their prison and locked him in a dark, empty cell. There was no cot, no lights, and the only door was the steel grate in the ceiling. As they lowered him into the cell, the mercy killers told him, "In the corner of your cell you will find a chalice. It holds poison. Your death will be swift." "Aren't you going to execute me?" Cossacks snarled at the guards. "No one in Sigil shall lay a hand on you with the intent to harm," came the mercy killer's reply. "Then I spit on your cowardice," Cossacks laughed, feeling for the chalice in the darkness, then hurling it at the wall and shattering it. Its poison dripped from the walls and dried until it was no more. "Come then, you will have to try and kill me now." But there was no response from the grate in the ceiling. It was then that Cossacks noticed the cell had no cot, no lights, no food and no water. All that remained was the shattered chalice, the poison gone, and for the first time, Cossacks knew the icy touch of death's approach. In twice 30 days, the grate opened, and Cossack's body, now cold, was taken from the cell. It had given up its life, and the execution had been carried out. Ask a companion to tell a story. Mort? Me? Why do I have to tell a story? Just tell a story, Mort. Fine, fine. An elderly man was sitting alone on a dark path, right? He wasn't certain of which direction to go, and he'd forgotten both where he was travelling to and who he was. He sat down for a moment to rest his weary legs, and suddenly looked up to see an elderly woman before him. She grinned toothlessly and with a cackle spoke. "Now your third wish, what will it be?" "Go on." "Third wish?" The man was baffled. "How can it be a third wish if I hadn't had the first and second?" "Go on." "You've had 2 wishes already," the hag said, "but your second wish was for me to return everything to the way it was before you had made your first wish. That's why you remember nothing, because everything is the way it was before you made any wishes. So it is that you have 1 wish left." "Go on." "All right," said the man. "I don't believe this, but there's no harm wishing. I wish to know who I am." "Funny," said the old woman as she granted his wish and disappeared forever. "That was your first wish." He smiled. "An interesting tale, Mort, and now I have one for you and your companion. The Fiend's Game." A fiend sometimes wandered the wilderness of a certain prime world in the guise of a friendly old man. One day, he came upon some hunters in the wood. "What are you doing?" the fiend asked. The hunters told him, and the fiend nodded. "I have never been on a hunt before." Go on. The hunters invited the old man to come along, and the group eventually came upon a glade where several deer were grazing. The hunters carried crossbows but did not fire, and the fiend asked them why. "They are unarmed," the hunter chuckled, patting their crossbows. "We hunt nothing that does not have the ability to defend itself. After all, where is the sport in that?" The fiend nodded at this and promptly gated in three of his fellows. The hunters led them on a merry chase, but eventually they were caught and eaten. Anna, do you have a story? Aye, I'm no good at telling such things, I'm not. Do not be asking me for such nonsense. But I would very much like to hear your story, Anna. Please share your story, Anna. Come on already, fiendling. You already have one tale you won't part with. She looks uncomfortable, her tail lashing back and forth. Well, I know one story. But you might not like it, you won't, so don't be blaming me for you're choking it out of me. Anna scowls and finally relents with an exasperated sigh. I heard a story when I was a wee lass. This Burke's walking home real late near Enty Peak and passes an old toothless crone in the dark at an otherwise empty street. "Where you going?" she asks him. "Home to me wife and Kip," he says. "Near the slag?" she asks him. "Sure enough." So she asks him a favour, to take a box she's got to Deader's Pit and give it to a woman there. Now this Burke's a real sap, too nice to say no despite the fact that he's sure something's not quite right about this old crone, and agrees. "But what's the woman's name?" he asks. "Where does she live? Where should I look for her if she's not by Deader's Pit?" The woman hands him the box, a wooden thing wrapped in coloured cloth, and tells him to just go, and she'll be there. Finally she warns him, "And whatever you do not open the box." So he takes it home with him, and he hides it in the rafters, thinking he'll bring it by Deader's Pit when it's light out. His wife, though, seeing him hiding the box, gets right jealous, thinking it's a gift for a lover or something, and opens it up as soon as he's not looking. Well, turns out the box was full of gouged out eyes and severed male members with their hair still on them. Her screams brought the Burke running. He remembered what the crone said, got right scared, and wrapped the box back up. He went out straight away to Deader's Pit, and sure enough, there was another old hag waiting for him there. He hands her the box, and she says to him, "The box has been opened and looked into." The poor Burke tried to deny it, but she gets this dreadful look on her face. "You've done something horrible," she tells him, then disappears. That done, he hurries back to his Kip. He's feeling ill when he gets back and takes to bed. His wife bitterly regretted opening the box and all, but it was too late. The next day he died of a rotting disease, and the first thing to go was his eyes and stem. That's a wonderful tale, Anna. You should never hesitate to share it. Now I've one for you and your companion, The Parched Land. Once a large village was struck by a terrible drought. A farmer journeyed to the worshipping stone and again implored it as to the cause of the drought. He asked the stone why it did nothing when the fields were parched and dying, why the animals and the people suffered while the stone did not a thing. "Have we not given you enough offerings?" the farmer asked, begging almost upon his hands and knees, but the stone did not respond. It merely sat and cast its shadow. That was a terrible story. What? Dakon, do you have a story? I shall impart the tale of Akali drowning. Dakon tells the story of Akali, a foolish Githzerai of myth, who had become lost in the chaos of limbo. Normally, a single Githzerai may use their focus and mental discipline to form the chaos around them into small, habitable environments. Akali, however, asked so many useless and unfocused questions in her quest to return home that her isle of matter dissolved around her and she drowned. Fascinating, Dakon. Let me share with you and your companion another version of your tale that I've heard. Dakon looks attentive and perhaps a little surprised. Go on. Eves goes on to tell a different version of Dakon's tale, in which Akali was driven from the Githzerai city of Shak Tulor for a constant useless pressling. One day, she encountered a Slardy on his way to a spawning stone. She hastily erected a wall of chaos matter, which even the ravenous Slardy found difficult to break down. Hungrily it waited, and spoke to her through the wall. She asked it questions, and as she became more absorbed in her pointless queries and the Slardy's answers, her own wall decayed and collapsed upon her, and thus she drowned in the matter of limbo. I think that's everything. Thanks for the last hour that I spent talking to you, Tail Chaser.
Might as well.
Who's this? Kimaxi Adatong. The wild-looking tiefling girl meets your gaze with an angry scowl. Her tattooed body is practically naked, covered by only a narrow leather thong. A black cloth brazier and armoured shoulder pads that appear to serve more as decoration rather than actual protection. Her spiked hair, as well as the thin fur that covers her goat-like legs, is brassy white, and numerous silver rings dangle from her ears, nostrils, lips and brow. She wears a leather collar around her throat in the inscription Kimaxi Adatong. Hello? She bares her teeth at you. And just what are you looking at, you banged up sod? My friend thought you were attractive, but whoa, was he ever horribly mistaken. She sneers at Mort, then looks below him, where a body would normally be. Sharp tongue for a stemless deader. Let them keep at it. Like I'd let mine anywhere near if I had one. What? Did you hear the word brothel and think you could make some jink here, you flea-bitten gutter whore? Ha! Can't believe they even let you in the door, what with all those ticks hopping off your shaggy legs. Ticks? The only annoying insect around here is you. Hey, you here to talk to me or what? Or what? What else can I do with you? What did you have in mind, you sodded jawbox? Go ahead and give me a reason to say no to you. What do you usually do for patrons? I'm a practitioner of abuse. What does that mean? I'll show you. Her hand lashes out and slaps your face, but you manage to barely dodge the blow. Kimaxi pouts visibly, then scowls. Oh well. I would have thought... Wait. Say, can you teach Mort to be more abusive? Now that's an unusual request. I don't know. It seems pretty foul-mouthed already. He seems pretty foul-mouthed. Kimaxi Bloodadung, you scruffy goat-gammed harlot. You wish you had legs like mine, you pitiful wretch of a bone box. I can walk, run, dance. What do? Bob around wishing you had a pair, goats or otherwise. The two of them lay into one another, exchanging barbed, blistering insults and clashing with razor-edged tongues. At last the two stop their bickering and eerie silence settles over them as they eye one another hatefully. Finally, the tiefling makes a grudging admission to Mort. You're not bad really, not bad at all. Better than you perhaps. He waggles his eyebrows at her. Eh? Kimaxi narrows her eyes at Mort. Don't push its skull.
All right.
I won't, tiefling. I will admit I might have learned a thing or two, though. Good thinking, Chief. Sure thing, Mort. Was that all you wanted? I'm not spending any more time near you than I have to. I have some questions. What makes you think I care? Why don't you lick my backside? My tongue's not wide enough, and I don't like hair in my mouth. Well, you seem to like the taste of offal in your mouth, you dung-breathed cretin. Only because it's like kissing you, you mangy stinkpot. Kiss me, she makes a retching sound. I'd rather kiss a bloody mass of phlegm than lay my lips on you. No thanks. Don't thank me, thank the powers of someone that actually wants to kiss you. Kimaxi looks at a loss for something to say. For an instant, a smile threatens to crack the grimacing mask of her face, then she becomes more of a basilisk than ever. What do you want of me? Questions answered. Fine, whatever, ask. Who are you? My name? Uninterested. I can guess yours, though. Scar Bunch, get out of here before I punch you under your ass. What are you doing here? Not you, that's for certain. She smirks at you. I'm contemplating the best way to tell you to pike off next. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? What, that echo chit? Don't know anything about her. Don't talk to the girl. I mean, why? Not unless you can talk back. Ask Frigid Delora about her. I think I saw her playing Go with an old crush of Echo's back from when she could talk. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell?
Updated my journal.
What would I know about her? I look like a scholar or something to you? Go ask someone more learned, or Eves. She probably has at least one story about her, in that pile of tales she carries around in her bone box. Oh, and squat on a halberd while you're at it. Squat on a halberd while you're at it. I need to remember that one.
Ready.
Finding all manner of beautiful handkerchiefs in this place.
Done.
This alarmingly voluptuous woman has a thick mane of wavy, raven-coloured hair, bluish skin and shimmering crimson eyes like rubies which have fires lit beneath them. Though she's not beautiful in the typical sense of the word, her features are exotic and not altogether unattractive. The woman's voice is deep and sensuous, and my greetings to you, sir. Her burning eyes roam over you. I'm Kasai Sari, so tell me, what might I do for you, Anything, Mort cries, do anything you want to me. Kasai laughs heartily, revealing canines long enough to be considered fangs. She shakes her head and smiles at Mort. Truly though, please, what can I do for you? What do you usually do for your patrons? Talk, of course, usually about dreams, often those erotic in nature, but not always. She winks at you, smiling. So, would you like to tell me yours? Don't be shy, I've heard everything, you know. Nothing will shock or surprise me, and I so love to hear people's dreams. We can trade anything you like too, but you must go first. My dreams were recently revised when I saw you. Were they now? Come, come, let's hear the real thing. What do you dream about? I don't have dreams, actually. She arches her eyebrows in surprise. Truly? How sad. Even fiends and divas dream, you know. Are you certain you don't? Quite certain. No dreams at all. Too peculiar. I'm at a loss of what to say. If you don't mind me asking, what are you? What, can't you tell? She draws herself up, thrusting her ample bosom towards you. A woman! She raises an eyebrow. I can see my answer doesn't please you. I'm plain-touched, actually, like your friend here. She indicates Anna. That's all you need to know. What are you doing here? Entertaining your questions, it seems. Really, though, I'm a student of Mistress Grace's. All the prostitutes in the brothel are. A student? That's right. The brothel is actually a school for women who are thinking of becoming sensates. Mistress Grace teaches us the way of language so that we can better identify with ourselves and those around us. It lets us experience the planes more fully. Tell me of the sensates. The Society of Sensation believes the multiverse can only be understood by experiencing it. The more you experience, the closer you are to understanding the dark of the multiverse. Intriguing, huh? I think I was born to be one. I just want to know things. What can you tell me of this place? Certainly, the brothel of slating intellectual lusts is actually a school for women who are thinking of becoming sensates. Mistress Grace teaches us the way of language, blah 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 blah. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Yes, that's Echo. She's very sweet, but so quiet. I understand that she said something once which caused some great tragedy, and because of that, she'll never speak again. An interesting enough story, but I don't know if it's true. Try asking Delora. I've seen her talking to an ex-lover of Echo, back from a time when Echo was speaking. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? No, nothing. Are you sure? You seem suddenly upset. She narrows her red eyes at you. Of course I'm sure. Don't ask me of her again. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll leave now. Please don't be angry at me. It's a storeroom. Nice. Was there... Oh, there is someone in there. Marissa. Squinting at the figure behind the partition, you can barely make out a shapely female form in the darkness. She turns to you, but you can see nothing of her face. The figure answers in a voice that is slow and deadly, like a steel dagger drawn across stone. Yes, you come to speak with Marissa, have you? Quite rude of you to enter a darkened room, storming behind my partition like so. Rude and foolhardy. You hear a faint whispering sound, like a slight breeze, or the hissing of serpents. Whoa, creepy chit. My apologies, my lady. I wasn't sure if someone was here. She gives a slight humph, but it would seem there is someone in the room, wouldn't it? Shall you be on your way then? Just have some questions. Ask. Why do you remain behind the screen? Is it your wish that I step away from the partition into some patch of light and speak to you face to face? She laughs, and there's a sound of scales sliding on scales. Nay, I think not. The darkness suits me, and doubtless suits you as well. Why is it so dark in here? To prevent any unwanted and embarrassing casualties. Now, what is it that you want? I just want you to come into the light. Nay, and the addition of please will not serve to persuade me. Now, what do you want? Surely you did not come all this way to see me. I do want to see what you look like. You have no such want. Oh, I do. What do you look like? The darkness hides us both. Let's make it a game. I'm frightfully bored. Let me guess. Are you a human male? Yes. Are you wounded in the throat? Can't see, but I believe so, yes. Describe yourself for me. I am tall, muscular, and horribly scarred. Indeed. How are you so horribly scarred? Wait, never mind, I do not wish to know. Now describe yourself for me. She describes herself as a shapely, pale-skinned, beautiful woman with a forked tongue, hair made up of writhing asps and glowing eyes, which you assume she must be keeping shut. You sound very exotic looking, Marissa.
Updated my journal.
She laughs lightly, the sound accompanied by a slight hissing. Oh, I am. And my merest glance turns living things to stone, from beings of flesh to sanctuary, with only a bat of an eyelash. Not sanctuary, statuary. Living things to stone? Could you turn, say, a limb into a statue? I suppose I could. Had you a limb, and were I inclined to do so, I might be so inclined, had I my crimson veil, but I do not know where it is gone. Have you seen it, perchance? Is it just a normal veil? No, not quite. It aids me in communication, face-to-face communication, that is. Why do you need to hide your face? Enough with these asinine questions. How tiresomely annoying you are. What do you want? What are you doing in here? Sitting here with my thoughts, listening to you voice yours. The silence, both of them, literal then figurative, is deafening. Oh, I think not. You would find them most unflattering at this moment. What do you want? Why am I asking if I can turn a limb to stone? What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Yes, Echo. I knew another Echo once, though her name was written differently. I know nothing of this girl, though. Ask Delora. She made friends of an old lover of Echo's, I've heard. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? No, do you? You hear an annoyed sigh from the darkness. Go ask Eves. She collects many tales and can probably tell you something of use. Alright. Is that secret stairs? I don't know if I want to go down here just yet. We'll go down here after.
I'm gone.
I want to finish talking to all the ladies. You a brothel patron? Hello. This older-looking noblewoman greets you with an elegant curtsy. Well met, sir. Might I be so bold as to say, before you ask anything of me, that I am a patron here, not one of the students? You're a patron? That's correct, young sir. I came here one evening to see for myself, while my husband was constantly paying visits to the place. I became fast friends with a number of the prostitutes, and so here I am. It's not only good for men to enjoy a good conversation, you know. That's true. What are you doing here? Stopping by to speak with some friends. I'm one of the few female patrons of the brothels of slating intellectual lusts. Anyone you'd recommend I speak to? Depends upon what sort of person you fancy speaking to, sir. I'm friends with Vivian and Cassiceris, and occasionally chat a bit with that dear little sunfly Nenny. What can you tell me of this place? The brothel is a school established by Fall from Grace. She tutors aspiring members of the Society of Sensation, the delicate art of language and communication. If what I've been told is correct, the brothel supports itself with donations from its wealthier patrons. Fall from Grace? Yes, the prostitutes call her Mistress Grace. She generally greets patrons in the brothel's foyer. You might seek her out there, should you wish to speak with her. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? I do not know her, and cannot recall her name. I've been told that she cannot communicate, and so I have never taken it upon myself to try. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Do you know where it might be? She frowns sharply. Oh, I care not for Marissa, a most unpleasant disposition she has. As for that veil of hers, no. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Ravel Puzzlewell. She says the same name slowly, as if never having spoken it before. I must confess I do not. Okay.
I'm here. Why not?
Done.
Done. Oh, here's Echo.
Aye, what? Might as well.
Done.
Before I talk to Echo, I'm going to talk to that lady in the middle. This tall, elegant woman with her sharp features and regal demeanour is a striking example of aristocratic beauty. Her clothes appear to be spun of silver thread, and a small phial dangles from her necklace. She's perfumed with an exotic, erotic scent that seems to draw you towards her. She looks over at you, arching an eyebrow in what you sense to be disdain. Greetings, my name's Vivian. Am I to presume I'm being summoned? No. She nods imperiously. Go on then. What are you doing here? Aside from my work as a student here, I'm looking for something actually. You'd not happen to have smelled it, would you? A student? She nods, looking vaguely bored. That's correct. Mistress Grace tutors us in the art of language and conversation, and the ability to affect another with one's words, and to gain new insights into both them and ourselves. All the prostitutes here are such students. You asked if I smelled something. Yes, I have a particular scent that seems to have gone wandering. It is somewhat difficult to keep in one place. I hope that someone did not take it by accident, though you never know with the ladies around here. So, by any chance have you smelled it somewhere? You smell quite nice right now, you know. She scowls for a moment, then smiles. Yes, and I thank you for your compliment, but I assure you this particular aroma is nothing to my personal scent. How can a scent go wandering? I had meant to infer that it had been taken. The ladies here are a bit jealous at times, and have been known to take my various perfumes for themselves. This time, though, someone has absconded with my own personal scent. I worked on that scent, perfected it, and now poof, 'tis gone. I need to bear such annoyances. I want that scent back, and I want it now. How would you know if you found it? I would know by the smell, I assure you. It's quite striking, especially to men. I can help. Are you certain? I do not wish to impose. No imposition. I'm pleased to help such a lovely woman as yourself.
Updated my journal.
Anna mumbles something angrily. You catch the words piking and idjit stick. Vivian smiles and nods to you. You're too kind. Very well. If you run across it, please let me know. I am somewhat anxious to get it back. A one-of-a-kind scent, really. Let me ask you about something else. What can you tell me of this place? Mistress Grace's brothel. It is a school where she tutors us in the arts of language and conversation, the ability to affect another with one's words and to gain new insights into both them and ourselves. What's the Society of Sensation? You may wish to ask Fall from Grace, or better yet, someone at the Civic Fest Hall about the Sensates. They would be happy to speak with you, I'm certain. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Do you know where it might be? Were I to know its location, I set it alight and cast its remains into the deepest of pits. May that wretched thing never find her precious veil, and be confined to that chamber for the rest of her days. Okay. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Isn't she some historical figure? I can't quite recall. Who is she? A night hag from Sigil's past, I think. I hope she stays in the past then. Night hags are foul creatures, besmirching all femininity everywhere in the plains. You may wish to ask Eves. She knows all sorts of particular little tales. What can you tell me about the silent prostitutes? You mean Echo? She's a dear, quiet. That may be part of the charm. There is all manner of speculation as to why she's silent, but I think 'twas that her heart was most horribly broken. Delora might know best. She has been known to speak to a man Echo once loved, before she lost her voice. Let's go speak to Echo, actually, but not do anything about the tongue. This striking young woman has skin the colour of burnished copper. A translucent white dress, held precariously by golden clasps, is draped carefully over her shapely form. The woman nods at you and smiles briefly. The scent of her hair, sweetly perfumed, fills your nostrils. She nods. Is your name Echo? She nods, smiling pleasantly. May I ask why you can't communicate? She sighs softly and nods. Are you silent because of a broken heart? She smiles pleasantly, then shakes her head. Did your voice cause someone's death or some other tragedy? She pauses at this, opens her mouth, then frowns. After a moment, she shakes her head. Do you know the word that will undo the multiverse if it's spoken? Her eyes widen in surprise, then she gives you a beaming smile, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. Can you tell me about this place? She looks at you, then raises an eyebrow. Do you know anything about Revel Puzzlewell? Her eyes flash and she smiles. She nods at you. What do you know of her? She simply looks at you. May I ask why you can't communicate? I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? She shakes her head, shrugging, and gives an apologetic look. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Do you know where it might be? She shakes her head, shrugging, and gives you an apologetic look. Okay, bye-bye. Next is Nenny Nine Eyes.
What you be wanting now? Right?
Where did you go, Nenny? There you are. This petite, attractive young woman is smiling blissfully and humming to herself. Her wide, pale blue eyes seem to constantly drink in her surroundings as she looks about. Hello. The smiling young woman curtsies gracefully and looks up to you, smiling. Well met, good sir. I'm Nenny. How are you this fine... She suddenly notices your scars and places a gloved hand over her mouth. Oh my, you're hurt. All over. Mort spins around at you, mocking the girl's obviousness. Powers above, Chief. She's right. I never noticed before. You're covered in scars. They're all old scars. I'm fine. She nods quietly, lowering her hand. Huh? She can't seem to tear her eyes from your scars. Oh, how shameful of me. Don't mind my rude staring. I'm named Nenny. She makes a small curtsy. And it is my great pleasure to welcome you to our brothel for the slating of intellectual lusts. She returns to staring at your body. You have tattoos under those scars too. What's that one? She points to one of your tattoos. That one's... looks fascinating. Look at the way the lines of ink... I think that's ink. She squints at the tattoo, then reaches to touch it. She can touch me. I think that's ink. She traces a finger around the edge of the tattoo. Is it ink? And what's a pattern? Look at the way the lines intersect here. She touches the center of the tattoo. That's simply amazing. She purses her lips and frowns in disappointment. I could make it out better if there weren't so many scars. There's nothing to be done about the scars. They're permanent. Oh, I'm sorry. Pox on me for even mentioning them. But I have to know. Are you absolutely sure you're all right? I'm looking at you and I can't help but believe that you're not in some pain. None of the physical variety, really. Oh, are you hurt inside? In the head? She claps her hands eagerly. Mayhap I can help. In fact, I know I can. Part of a sensei's training is to learn how to draw hurt from others. My mistress says a sensei may draw pain from a wound and bring it to oneself. But nonetheless, I can help. May I try? Please say yes. Sensate? Sensates. Oh, they're so dreamy. They believe that you achieve understanding through experiencing as much of the multiverse as possible. Taste this, listen to that, feel this, look at that. And there's so much out there. It's such a big place. And it's difficult to take it all in sometimes. What are you doing here? I'm talking to you, silly. She giggles and pokes you in the belly, just like I talk to all the patrons here, all the prostitutes do. That's what the brothel's about, learning new ways to talk and share experiences and understand other people. Can you tell me about this place? Sure I can. The brothel of slating intellectual lusts is a school that was started by Mistress Fall from Grace. The prostitutes here, like me, are taught the ins and outs of talking to people, all to help us learn more about ourselves and others. I love it here. It's a non-stop wave of experiences crashing into me, filling my head with fresh new ideas. Mort mutters to himself. I guess it's good that there's something in there. Can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Oh, Echo. Yes, she's a mysterious one, isn't she? Do you know that she never speaks, truly? Then he leans in and lowers her voice. I think she was emotionally wounded so badly she may never speak again. I bet the Laura knows, because she sometimes talks to the last lover Echo had when she still spoke. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? What? Oh, I just can't. I can't say anything bad about anyone. I'm just no good at it. It's not bad to point out a thief, Nenny. Oh, but I don't know if she's a thief. Nenny bites her lip and looks at you with pleading eyes. She just wishes you'd leave the topic alone. Look, why don't you try and say something not nice about her? Oh, all right. She puts her hands on her hips and frowns deeply, almost exaggeratingly. You resist the temptation to laugh. Oh, I dislike her very, very much. She pauses for a moment, then looks at you out of the corner of her eyes, gauging your reaction. Was that convincing? Not really. Nenny frowns. I knew I wouldn't be this good at this. She looks up at you, depressed. Do you know how hard it is to say bad things about someone? It feels so wrong. Why don't you practice on me, Nenny? I suppose I could try. You big, mean, nasty brute. She puts her hands on her hips. Meanie. How was that? Try hitting me. Then he clamps her hands over her mouth, looking shocked. Oh, I couldn't. I mustn't. How does one hit somebody, anybody? Go ahead. Do it lightly if you have to. Remember, I'm a mean, nasty brute. I deserve it. The fuck is happening? Then he slaps you. You barely feel it. She still looks shocked and frightened she hurt you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that hurt? Tell me you're okay. Don't break character, Nenny. Come on, show me what you've got. You can say something bad. Just let it all out. Oh. Then he draws her tiny frame to its full height, balls her hands into fists, puts them on her hips, and scrunches up her face in a cute scowl. Oh, damned be you. You deserved that for all the indignities you put me through, going out late at night. Her eyes roam up and down your body, getting into fights and getting all scarred up. What are the kids going to think? Kids? What? Then his fury rises another notch. Have you forgotten our children? Are you so sodden with drink that you can't even remember that we have children? She throws her hands up in exasperation. You're hopeless, clueless, and a lot of other lessers I won't mention right now. Alright, calm down. Time to let go of the anger. She sighs tiredly. Ooh, that was easier than I thought. No kidding. And I'm sure I'll do better next time. I'm so excited to have learned something new. Thank you. Sure. Now about Vivian's scent.
Updated my journal.
Maybe I saw that mean Marissa sneaking out of Vivian's room one night. Now, I'm not saying she took it, but I know Marissa's not a very nice person. That sure sounds suspicious, huh? I'd go... shush, push, shush. I'd go ask her about it. Nenny nods at you. Thanks, Nenny. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Do you know where it might be?
Updated my journal.
I'll bet I do. I saw that nasty Kamaxi Adatong sneaking out of Marissa's room one night. They're both meanies, you know, but Kamaxi's really awful. Anyway, I talked to her first. Thanks, Nenny. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? No, sorry, that's a great name though, huh? I bet she's a really interesting person. Hey, you should ask Eves about her. Eves collects all kinds of stories.
All right.
Okay. I think we're nearly done upstairs the brothel anyway. Juliet.
What's up?
Aye? Might as well.
This dark-haired young woman is staring listlessly off into space, sighing miserably and occasionally picking at the seams of her green velvet gown. It's difficult to discern whether she's depressed or simply bored. Hello. She gives you only the briefest of glances before staring off into the distance once more. Greetings, yes. I'm named Juliet. How may I... Oh, never thou mind. Leave me be, please. She gives an exasperated sigh. What's wrong? Oh, nothing at all. Only that I spend my days gazing into the face of mediocrity, seeing if anything can erase its dreadful, tedious passage. Is your life so tedious? Alas, it is. She sighs, closing her eyes and massaging her temples. Dreadfully boring. I'm certain I could add some excitement to your life. No, 'tis kind of thee to offer, though. I'm already with a man, sir, and I do love him dearly. 'Tis just that I wish... She taps her finger against her chin. Something more of our liaison. Is the relationship lacking, then? The only thing it lacks is excitement, sir. Our families took the news of our courtship splendidly. His siblings love my siblings, and our friends think our union to be blessed by the powers themselves. All fine and good, but things are going so smoothly. It is not right to have such trouble-free courtship. Fuck off, Julia. It's perfect. Don't be a drama queen. I don't know about that. Dost thou not? Hast thou ever had such a courtship? She glances briefly at you. It would seem that thy life is filled with a variety of problems, judging by the pallor of thy skin. I can't remember any courtships I've had. The remnants of the ones I have encountered suggest that I may have had some problems. It's just that all my friends have such interesting relationships, ones fraught with turmoil, feuding families, daggers at one another's backs, poison, mad siblings, and irate fathers with large swords. I have a lover whose family loves me and whom the world loves. A great source of annoyance. How I wish I could formulate some way to spice things up. Mort floats close to you, whispering, I feel sorry for her lover. He doesn't know how bad he has it. A chit like this is nothing but trouble. Is he called Romeo? I'm guessing. Like it just clicked. That doesn't sound wise, Juliet. Relish what you have. I wish to experience troubles, though. I wish to experience the up and down of courtship, but with him, no other. Ah, such a thing is love. It can be as dull as a club, and is of no use to an aspiring sensate. An aspiring sensate? Juliet exhales a long, forlorn sigh. You realize she's not even really looking at you. Did you hear me?
Updated my journal.
Oh, I was not truly listening. My apologies. But certainly thou hast not come to simply deliver a litany of questions on my life of tedium and my tedious doings. Is your life so tedious? Alas, it is. Perhaps I could do something? No. Is there a problem with your relationship? Blah, blah. I don't know about that. It's not something I can speak of. Blah, blah. What did you have in mind, Juliet? I'm not sure. Some element of danger or jealousy or something intense. Why don't you make up some fake love letters from a hidden affair? Juliet's eyes brighten. Excellent notion. Most excellent. But he knows my handwriting. Wilt thou write some for me? Not my sort of thing. I can find you some, though. Wouldst thou? Excellent. When thou dost find some, please give them to my love Montague. He may be found within the Civic Fest Hall. As for the letters, please try Scofflaw Pen. He runs a print shop from the lower ward. I thank thee.
Updated my journal.
I already have a love letter. It's... I thought I had one. Here. Yeah, Anna's got it.
I'm gone.
Finam's book. Who was Finam again? As you make to search the armoire, its handles suddenly yank out of your grasp as the drawers slam themselves shut. A disdainful humph issues from the cabinet. Hello? Hello indeed. The armoire gives another humph. So what have we here? A rogue after some lady's frilly undergarments? You talk? Do I? Why, yes I do. Who are you? I am Louis. And who are you? Thoughtless, uncouth you fellow, rummaging about in other people's things. What are you doing here? Well, sir, if you must know, I'm being an armoire. But why are you being an armoire in this brothel? I happen to have become an armoire because I want to be an armoire. Thank you very much. It's not to watch the ladies undressing, nor to have them place their soft, sweet-smelling undergarments in my drawers where they can rub against my skin. Such accusations are an insult to a practitioner of the magic arts. I am merely soaking in the experience of what it means to be an armoire. The sights, the smells, the sensations. So all the women know about this then? Yes, they do, and they wholeheartedly approve of, well, not with their entire hearts exactly, and while they have not spoken of their approval in my presence, since they are not exactly aware that I'm an armoire, I would not want them to know that I am anything but, and so have not been able to inquire upon the matter. I'll need something from you to keep quiet about this one. Very well, posh. Open the third drawer, you scallywag. As you reach your hand into the drawer, it slams shut on your fingers with great force. Searing pain races through your hand as you withdraw your battered fingers. Ha! Cretin, idiot! Open the drawer, I said, and you reach in. He slams his drawer again for emphasis, then begins shaking with laughter. I'm going to tell them right now. First, I would tell you this one thing. I have been popping in and out of the brothel for a good long time. I'm quite knowledgeable regarding both its occupants and their activities. I assure you that talking about me is utterly worthless. Not only will you lose me as a potential source of information, but I'll simply disappear before someone comes to investigate on your claims, leaving you looking the fool. Alright, I got some questions then. Can you return to normal form at will? The armoire seems to think about this for a moment. I have no need to share such secrets with the likes of you, and besides, there's no cause to change back at the present moment since I have not yet experienced the full sensations of being an armoire. It is a complex thing to hold and sort soft frilly clothes smelling of wondrous woman smells. The drawer slides open and close as I'm mimicking a pleasant sigh. What can you tell me about this place? I would have a man find out for himself rather than tell him the whole of it. After all, that's half the joy of the entire experience. I'll only tell you that which you likely already know. It's called the Brothel of Slating Intellectual Lusts, and the prostitutes within specialize in the arts of language and communication. What can you tell me about the silent prostitute? Yes, Echo. She can't always have been a mute, you know, otherwise I'm most certain she would have learned some other means of communicating in the meantime. It must be a recent occurrence. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? Oh dear, yes, I had heard about that. Most unfortunate. Did you ever have the exquisite pleasure of breathing in that scent of hers? The armoire's drawer seemed to shudder with delight. Absolutely wondrous it was, but sadly, no. I know not where good Lady Vivian's scent might be found. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Do you know where it might be? I heard she used to walk around in a crimson veil, but that she has recently taken to her room and darkened it. I did not know what had occurred, so this veil of hers is missing then? Yes. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? Few folk who have dwelled in Sigil for any length of time don't. I must wonder, though. What is it about her you wish to know? I need to find her. You're mad, you know, quite mad. Utterly balmy, I believe is the common term for it. Ravel was banished from Sigil long ago, and if she's not dead, you'll wish you were, should you somehow succeed in finding her. She devoured all those who sought her out before, it's said, and will likely do you the same disservice. I would leave well enough alone. What an asshole. Delora. This dark-haired, pale-skinned woman has a cultured, refined look about her. As she turns to you, you note that her eyes, which you had previously thought to be grey, are the colour of brushed steel. The woman's voice is soft, calm, with the inflection, without inflection. It has a certain far-away quality, as if someone not attached to her. Greetings, I'm called Delora. May I serve you somehow? In what ways can you serve me, Delora? She blinks her eyes, then touches her hand to her heart, bowing her head slightly. I'm able to debate any scholarly or academic... I'm able to debate any scholarly or academic matter quite proficiently, if that's your wish. I'm also well versed in various games of strategy, should you wish to play something, though I have the materials for few such games here. I was hoping for something of a more physical nature. She seems neither intrigued nor repulsed, but answers the same flat tone. Then you're mistaken as to the purpose of this establishment. The brothel caters to lusts of the cerebral sort, and not those of the loins. In any case, I can assure you I would make a most unsatisfactory partner. Why would you say that? That is simply my nature. Allow me to show you. She reaches out to touch your arm. Delora runs the back of her hand along your forearm. Her skin is smooth and dry but cold, like chilled iron. Her touch sends a shiver down your spine and sets the hairs of your arm on end. Do not trouble yourself to ask who or what I am, for I will only tell you that this is simply my nature. Okay, you mentioned debating. That's correct. I am neither a tome nor a tutor, and I have no desire to educate my patrons. Should you have a matter to discuss, however, the 15 factions and their effects on the Sigillian politics, the most effective battle stratagems for warring in Archeron, the meaning of existence itself, I would be most pleased to choose a counterpoint and engage you in debate. I will choose a topic and see if I can best her. You choose a topic and begin. The debate lasts a long time as the two of you exchange points and counterpoints, each attempting to methodically undermine the other's position. As you speak, a strange feeling begins to come over you, a memory trying to surface. Memories of a great hall begin to form in your mind. A vast place full of well-dressed elites. A formal ball was taking place. Before you was a small, impeccably dressed fellow who wore a golden medallion. It was emblazoned with a symbol you dimly recall as the sign of 1. The two of you stood in a circle of onlookers who have gathered to listen to your debate. But that's impossible, the man was saying, looking perplexed. Oh, but it is, you recall yourself replying. I've made several inarguable points and given you a number of examples. You simply don't exist. But you can't. Were I to accept that, I'd... Yes, you'd cease to exist. And without a flash of light or a puff of smoke, with no fanfare of any sort, the man was simply gone. The onlookers oohed and ahed, some clapped. You remember giving a flourishing bow and walked away, a small satisfied smile upon your lips. You suddenly realised Delora is watching you closely. Are you feeling well? We might finish our discussion at another time, should you like. No, let's continue the debate. As hard-pressed as you are to beat Delora's infallible sense of logic, you eventually win out. She merely nods in approval. You are a most skilled debater. This there is no denying. I do feel, though, had I time to perform some research, you might not have bested me. Perhaps not. I consider that an unfair advantage, though. She nods. If you'd like, we can debate once more upon the same topic. I could argue your position this time should you desire it. Wait, are you always so ruthless in a debate? Mistress Grace instructed me to show no mercy, for another of her students always allows a patron to win after a lengthy debate. It was Mistress Grace's desire that I provide a different sort of experience for the clientele. Okay, can we play a game? Of course, is there anything in particular you wish to play? I don't remember any games. Here then, allow me to show you one. She brings out a thin lacquered box, which unfolds into a small board marked with a grid. The contents of the box prove to be a number of polished stone chips. Half of them black, half of them white. This game goes by many names. Shall I explain the rules to you? Yes. She explains to you the rules of the game, how the chips are moved, how one bests the opponents. It seems somehow faintly familiar to you. The rules are simple, yes, but a great deal of complexity lies within the game itself. It takes a great deal of time to master. Shall we play? Yes. As you play, you come to realize that you've done so before. You recall various ploys and strategies that have won you previous games, and employ every trick you know to beat her. Suddenly, a strange feeling comes over you, a memory trying to surface. Memories of a smoke-filled field of battle begin to fill your mind. Atop a great hill overlooking the fighting you sat, mounted upon a massive four-legged beast. The braying of horns carried your orders to the troops below. Even as you watched, your forces divided, fleeing left and right as the foreign army fought its way up the hill to slay the enemy lord, you. The fools, you had thought, lips curling into a wicked smile. My knights shall charge down the hillside and stop their advance in an instant, and at that very moment my retreating footmen will fall in to crush their flanks. Ah, yet another victory soon to be mine. You suddenly realize Delora is watching you. Are you feeling well? We might take up the game another day if you so wish. No, let's continue playing. You played excellently, counteracting all but your most crafty moves, but eventually your feints and calculating maneuvers win over her well-crafted strategies. She nods approvingly as she begins to put away the game. You're a fine player, perhaps a master. I commend you for your skill. Thanks. Do you always play so mercilessly? She nods and says the same thing as before. I have some questions. She casts her eyes on the floor with a sound that might be a sad sigh. I'm willing to serve you as a patron, but I have no wish to answer other questions at this time. My apologies, but I fear you shall simply have to bear with me for the time being. What's wrong? Anything I can help with?
Updated my journal.
She looks up from the floor and into your eyes. Once more, you're struck by the pale smoothness of skin, the cold depths of her silvery eyes. No, I fear not. My troubles are a matter of the heart. In time, I think all things shall be resolved. Are you certain there's nothing I can do? Certain? No, I am not. My first love, Merriman, possesses still the keys to my heart. So long as he has them, I shan't be free to love another. This is the cause of my melancholy. Why don't you seek him out and speak with him? She shakes her head. I may not leave this place. The reasons why are deeply personal, and not to be shared with strangers, even ones who might bestow a kindness upon me. But suffice to say that I cannot seek Merriman out myself. Then I'll find this Merriman and speak to him on your behalf.
Updated my journal.
She nods, the slightest hint of a smile appearing on her lips. She bows her head. Were you to find and speak with Merriman, I would be most grateful. He is a member of the Society of Sensation, so you might ask for him at the Civic Fest Hall. I thought I was supposed to speak to her about the... Has he agreed to return the keys to my heart? No. I thought I was supposed to speak to her about Echo, though. Greetings again. I had some questions. May I ask why you can't communicate? Are you emotionally wounded? Is that why you can't speak? She looks at you strangely and shakes her head slowly. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know where the 10th student is? Never mind, farewell. Should I speak to these Modrons? This strange cubic creature seems to be as much machine as it is organic. As you approach the thing, it silently stares at you with wide and blinking eyes. Its face hasn't the slightest trace of emotion to it. Come on, Chief, we're in a building full of some of the sexiest chits this side of the multiverse and you're stopping to talk to Modrons. What can you tell me about them, Mort? Mort makes a noise of utter disgust. What's there to say? Annoying little clockwork pests. They're always working to impose law and order upon the multiverse. Not good, mind you, just law. Let's just forget about them and go chat up the ladies, huh? My apologies, Mort, but I'm going to talk to the Modron. Fine, whatever. But don't say I didn't warn you. You probably won't get anywhere with them, though, Chief. They're an odd lot to talk to. Its voice has a metallic reverberating quality to it, as if it was more a sound played out on some warped metal instrument than true speech. Your greeting is returned. There is a soft click as the creature blinks. An awkward silence hangs in the air between you. Identify yourself to us. I'm Adan. The creature tilts slightly forward, then back on its metallic legs. Whether the movement is meant to indicate a bow or a nod, you're unsure. We would identify ourselves as Modrons, Quadron type, winged variant to the subject Adan. What are you doing here? Our purpose is observing. What are you observing? We're observing one of the establishment staff. Who are you observing? As previously stated, we're observing one of the establishment staff. Yes, but exactly who are you observing? Our object of scrutiny is named Delora. Why are you watching her? We have not been informed as to the specific purpose of, or purposes which resulted in our being given our present task. The command of our superior Pentadrone is a sufficient reason to perform said task. As such, the purpose or purposes are irrelevant to us. Can you tell me about this place? A building located in the section of Sigil commonly known as the Clerk's Ward. We cannot give exact coordinates as the surface of Sigil changes intervals. We have not been determined as of our present. The building itself is known as the Brothel of Slating Intellectual Lusts. It serves as what may be broadly defined as a language school. The students of the arts are primarily females who intend to, at some point, we have not determined, and which varies from student to student, become a factotum of the Society of Sensation. The Society of Sensation? We will provide a brief summary as to what the Society of Sensation is defined as. A faction whose core beliefs is that with experience comes true understanding of the multiverse and its secrets. What do you know about the silent prostitute? The subject referred to is named Echo. We have gathered no more information regarding said subject. I'm trying to find Vivian's scent. Do you know where it might be? We do not. If you do are not currently in the process of doing so, we would suggest methodical approach and questioning of each inhabitant of the building. I'm trying to find Marissa's Crimson Veil. Also methodical questioning. Do you know anything about Ravel Puzzlewell? We know nothing of any being or object possessing such an appellation. I've spoken to 9 prostitutes altogether. Do you know who or where the 10th is? We do not. We have not yet made an effort to catalogue each of the inhabitants of this building and do not intend to do so at any time. Farewell then.
How may I help you?
I spoke to 9 of the students as you asked, but I could not find the 10th. And you could not find the 10th student? How curious. I'm thinking the 10th student is me, in which case I've spoken to all of them. She nods. Very well. And your thoughts? You should get rid of all the armoires in the brothel and use them as firewood. Teaching within a sheltered environment such as this only harms the student, and the planes themselves are often the best teacher. Very well, I will travel with you if you still desire my company. I do.
Well, I've learned some new tricks.
Nice!
Oh, Mistress High and Mighty will be joining us. What do we need her for?
You couldn't possibly understand.
I wish she would fall from great height. I might even bump her off myself.
Yes?
What are you, Fall from? A priest? Fall from Grace's diary. We'll look at that later. I need to,
All right.
we got some... some other ladies to talk to, haven't we? This lady. I had some questions, Kamaxi. I was told that you were seen sneaking away from Marissa's chambers recently. Is that connected with a missing veil? She flies into a rage. Who told you that? She suddenly falls silent, glaring at you through narrowed eyes. If I was there, Berg, I didn't take a filthy veil. Search my room if you'd like. I catch you sniffing in my breeches, though. I'll see to it that you're never allowed in here again. Why would anyone ever sniff your breeches?
My journal.
Beats me. Someone nicked more than a few pairs of them, though. My favourite leather brassiere, too, with the iron studs. That's all I wanted to know. So she's also had something stolen. What the fuck? And then... was this the dark... no, this was the dark room. More pointless questions, Marissa. I was told you were seen sneaking away from Vivian's chambers recently. Is that connected with her missing scent somehow?
My journal.
She says nothing, though an angry hissing issues from the darkness around her. Yes, I've been known to creep into Vivian's chamber for some of her perfumes, though I doubt you'll meet another here who hasn't. If you're implying that I've got her personal scent, well, feel free to sniff around. You'll not find it on me or in my chambers, I assure you. Perhaps whoever took my crimson veil took Vivian's scent as well. Alright. Alright. Maybe it's down here then.
Done.
Brothel caretaker, is it you? Greetings, sir. The man turns to Fall from Grace. And greetings, Mistress Grace. Rest assured I'll keep the lady's sensory stones in order while you're away. The man turns back to you. If you'll excuse me, I've several things to tend to. The lady's sensory stones. This clear stone, held in a mesh of engraved silver bands, pulses with a brilliant inner light. Inscribed into the base is the word Eves. Amber-coloured stone, silver bands, Kamaxi Adatar. Reddish-orange stone, Delora. Is there going to be a puzzle? A colour puzzle? Colours, my arch nemesis. Transparent bluish-white stone is Cassiceris. Purple, the best colour. Violet stone is Marissa's. Even more purple. Bluish purple stone is Vivian's. Look at that naked lady statue. Oh, a naked lady. Translucent green stone is Echo's. Red stone is Nenny's. Indigo stone is Juliet's. And the silver stone is... oh. This greyish-white stone, held in the mesh of engraved silver bands, pulses with light. Something was once inscribed into its base, but the writing appears to have been scoured
Updated
away.
my journal.
What is my journal? I found a hidden chamber beneath the brothel that contained a number of glowing stones. 10, in fact. One of them was blank. Something had once been inscribed upon the base, but has been scoured away. Interesting. She's leveled up again. Fighting skills have improved. 5 hit points. Nice.
How may I help?
She has fucking heal spells. I'm so happy.
It shall be done.
All right.
Right, I'm going to come back to this entranceway. And we're going to pick this up next time, because I'm going to finish it here. Thank you very much for watching, guys. It has been a pleasure and an honour, as always. New save. Wait. What was our last... No worries, Mossy. Thanks for dropping by. I can't remember what my last one was. Stream 6? New save. Stream 7 and... Awesome. I might be back later for more streaming, or I might be playing more Dune. I just don't know yet. Anyway, I'm going to go now. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye!